There we go. Alrighty, righty. Um, Feeling a little rusty. Haven't done this in like a week now. Let's take a look. See, check for our live, and after that, we can go ahead and get chat up there. All right, pop the chat out. Pop out. All right, bring it over to here. Shrink it down. Oh, yo, Grumpy, you already up. Nice, man. Dude, Grumpy, that possum is like nonstop every weekend, like on a schedule. That possum shows up to my house and knows I ate some kind of like large portion of protein and wants to finish off the rest. But it's like super nice, super chill. Uh, Looks up at us now and doesn't hiss. Kind of just eats what it wants. Never knocks over the trash cans. Never scatters trash anywhere. And then by Sunday, it wants to get out. So I always put the step ladder down into my trash and it climbs back out and heads home and waits till the next week. It's kind of wild. Hey, Aaron, what's up? Dan, welcome. All right. Wow, we got some good regulars already here. Jonah already here too. Dang. Anything interesting? Man, I just went over this crazy case. I don't know if you guys already heard about this one. I was like researching stuff for my next video coming up this weekend. And there was a case I had heard about in Japan like a little while back of this lady who cut off this dude's head. That sounds horrible the way I just said it. Like, it sounds so disrespectful. See, this is why I don't do true crime too often on my channel. But oh my God, dude, what the case gets like insane. Like, it starts out as like, oh, this guy got murdered, but then like the deeper you go into it, you're like, what the hell was going on? Like, this is insane. Um, let's see. Um, Otherwise, feeling a little bit sad. Had to send home my wife and my older son today. Well, today. Yeah, I guess it was today. It was like 3:30 a.m. today. God, that's weird that it's still the same day. Yeah, I pretty much slept through the day, something I never normally do, but I was up till about 5 a.m. taking care of them, dropping them off at the airport around 4 a.m. and getting them ready to head back. So my sleep was all screwed up. Slept through a lot of today. Did a big house cleaning again. You know, you got to get ready for the new year. I don't know if you guys know, but in Japan, the big spring cleaning thing that you do in America, spring cleaning, you do it in New Year's because you got to be ready to invite in all the gods to let them know like your house is ready for the Shinto gods. And yes, happy 2025. Oh, we hear some fireworks going off out there. A little late to be doing fireworks at this point. My neighborhood was going crazy with fireworks last night. Oh shoot, live chat is blank. Thank you, Aaron. Um, yeah, let me get that up there. I'm a little rusty. Haven't done this for almost 2 weeks now, so I'm feeling a little rusty. All right. Properties. Get the new one. Is that the one? Got it. Okay. Gotta make that a little bit bigger though. Yeah, guys. How about you? Anything going on with you guys? I hope you've had like a good, safe couple of weeks. Happy New Year, Nuno. Um, oh, what? You can hear the fireworks from. Wow, I didn't know this thing picked up that much. That's crazy. All right, let me just see here. Get this a little bit bigger. I wish I could. Goal. Goal for what? What is this thing? It's like a new button. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit that. Oh, what is this? Like all this new stuff got added on. Set a goal. No, I'm not here to. I'm here to hang out with you guys, not beg for money. um, Hold on, sorry. Still getting over a cold a little bit, but it's not so bad. My wife brought, I don't know if you guys know this, but like in Japan, they use like gargling iodine. She brought me some of that and it really fixed up my cough pretty fast. She got really sick while she was here. It really sucked. For 5 days, my wife had like the flu or something. So like she was miserable for the first 5 days of a 10-day trip. Oh, that's weird. Grumpy. So they're saying we're so like right as you said that, Grumpy, like people had just set off fireworks outside. So I was like, man, how can Grumpy hear that out there? Yeah, no, tell us today stuff, or just I guess you know what? Actually, both, Aaron. What's been going on recently? What's been, you know, also like hit me up about any news stories you guys like have seen or something that you're like, how come you're not talking about this? Do people still set off fireworks on the actual first of the year? Happy New Year to you too, No Name. Glad to see everybody here. Oh, nature nerd. What's up, dude? Dark topic, but a YouTuber named What If Alt History. No, I watched that guy. What? That's crazy. No. Oh man, What If Alt History is like actually like a really good channel. He had like a total mental breakdown. Oh my god, dude. Okay, hold on. Wow, that's crazy. That guy's like crazy smart too. I guess maybe, I mean, it can happen to anybody, right? I'm not. Oh, yeah, I saw this. It's so sad, dude. The guy in New Orleans who hit people with a truck. Definitely that was some sort of terroristic act. I saw about that. That's so sad, man. That kind of stuff like makes me like so paranoid when I hear attacks like that happen. It's like, can I take my family anywhere to enjoy anything without worrying about a bad time happening? Did everyone get what they wanted for Christmas this year? I hope Deco got, oh my God, Deco got so many snacks. He got churu. That's what the stuff's called, churu? He got churu from Japan, which is like this, I don't know, like mixture of stuff inside of a little thing that you squeeze. Happy New Year, geographer. Oh, you like the Deco shorts? Yeah, I don't know, like I always feel like me when I watch shorts, every time I come across a cat video, I become obsessed with it. I'm like, oh, it's so cute. I want to watch it again. I want to watch it again. So I thought, why am I not doing that with my cat? He's like really got a big personality. There's going to be a few fireworks a few days after Elon's Cybertruck blew up with fireworks in front of a Las Vegas Trump hotel. Whoa. Well, I didn't hear about that one. That one sounds like um, an incredibly angry political statement. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. Aaron, you got the good stories. I like it. Dang, that's great. Oh man, now I want to find out about alt history. I want to see like if he's okay and stuff now. Hold on. I gotta every time my brain sees like a um watch later. Okay. Um all right. Shoot. Okay. Well, what if alt history? My God, I can't believe that happened to him. What? So, wow, there's some really big detractors. Oh my gosh, wow. I gotta watch these videos, but I know, like, I see some of the stuff. Hey, what's up, Prostavius? Long time no see, bud. I hope everything's going well with you, man. um, I got a yarn from my bro, so I could make him a hat Oh, cool. My mom's like a big crocheter. I actually bought my mom a whole crocheting kit. Like this little it's like a tiny, it looks like a watch that would go on your finger. And like as you're doing rows and crocheting, it counts each time your hand goes up so that you don't lose count of your rows that you're doing. She's really happy I got her that. I have no idea what the thing is, but I just saw a bunch of crocheting stuff. I'm like, she does it all the time. She made us all socks for Christmas. So I was like, well, I mean, she seems to really like it, so I'll buy her. So I bought her like this kit where like it puts all these different types of knitting needles. Is that what they're called? In like a row, and then like all these different like extra things that help you. Like you hook it onto something and wrap it around a bunch of times. And yeah, of course I've watched Don Don Don. Yeah. Um, I should talk about it eventually. We'll do a stream where we talk about anime and everything like that. Tonight my stream, I just want to catch up with you guys. I want to see how life's treating you. Um, I kind of want to, if I get a chance, I'll talk a little bit about the TTRPG we got coming up. Um, Teacher got game, dude. Hey, good on you for coming back and making some vids again. But I'll tell you what, dude. Um, it's hard sometimes. You shouldn't feel bad about it, man. I went for 2 years where I didn't make a video, teacher. Um, there's some times where like either life is too busy or too rough, or you're too, I don't know what to say, you're too down deep in your own thoughts, and it can really stifle your craft. Been working out and not drinking. That's good, Thrustavius, man. Did my first depth handstand push-up in like a year. Nice, man. It sounds like you're getting the strength back, man. I like to hear stuff like that, man. That's great. Nothing wrong with drinking, but a lot great about working out, man. I've been sticking to it too. Even while my wife and eldest son were here, I kept working out daily. I've been doing pretty good on the working out this year, much better than last year. Last year, I kind of, um, I let depression get the best of me. I got like really depressed like halfway through the year because my workload was kind of insane. Um, and I really lost touch with a lot of my workout stuff. It was like life was so heavy that the weights felt even heavier. I don't know. I was just also my elbow was kind of injured or something. I did something with my elbow where every time I like did a lift, it was like really hurting. So another no console mo. Um, but this year I'm feeling good. Of course I'm a little, dealing with a little bit of sadness here since my wife's, back to Japan today. Um, I really miss my eldest son too, man. He's really grown up to be a great guy. And I wish I could be there for a lot more in his life. That's the hardest part. Um, but, you know, this year's not so bad as far as workload is concerned. 2024 was a bit of hell since I had to like have my house trashed by a hurricane. But 2024 also way more reinvigorated me to keep up with this channel. I started live streaming this year, and this has been kind of a blessing. Like live streams, I feel like it's kind of almost like therapy. Like I come to you guys every week, talk about shit that's gone down. You guys tell me about your stuff that's gone down. We kind of commiserate and lean on each other. And I'm starting to build like a closer community with the people who've been watching me. Striker, what's up? Go back to Japan. I go back to Japan in June. So if anybody's there in June, hit me up. What's my program right now? I actually have kind of a goofy one. It's probably not the greatest. Um, I mostly stick to upper body. I don't need to do a ton of leg stuff. I do a little bit of leg, like lunges and squats and stuff like that. But for me, my legs, I can build up muscle like super fast. Like I can get big calves and big thighs easy because I had, I guess, years and years and years across country and track and field. But for me, making anything show up on my arms or my chest is very difficult because I'm an ectomorph. I do a lot of curls, a lot. I do a lot of push-ups, a lot of bench press, and I try to do like, all the different variations where it's like diamond push-ups, closed hand push-ups, like, bench press with wide arm grip, with arm to arm grip, like all the different stuff like that. Hammer curls and like everything like this. I'm doing a lot of, try stuff. I've actually just recently purchased a heavy band that's like for, the resistance band, and that's actually allowed me to add a lot more to my routine. I bought a chin up bar, but it doesn't have a way of bolting itself into the wall. So now I'm kind of like, man, what did I do this for? Like now I can't. I wanted to start to do like pull-ups and stuff like that. Yeah, Aaron, I hear you. You said Japan is awesome, but there's disadvantages too. I miss Japan every day in many ways, but I miss the simplicity of Japan. Like life is much more simple in Japan. Um, you know, um, my bills are minimal because my wife pays for everything there. I mean, I give her my money to help pay for things, but she mostly does like all the main, setting up bill payments and everything like that. I pretty much gave my wife my full paycheck all the time and just let her give me a kozakai, which is like an allowance. Um, but the hardest part is isolation in Japan. For a gaijin, I would say isolation is one of the hardest parts. It's hard to have, for me, I'm not saying for everybody. I definitely am more mentally healthy in America, which I know some people must think sounds insane, but in Japan, I couldn't socially express myself or personally express myself because in Japan, a lot of who I am and how I want to talk and who I make friends with is a little more taboo. Um, there's not a lot of interpersonal relationship and connections I can make with Japanese men as far as having guy friends. Um, so that was very difficult. I don't know. I could do a whole video on it just about like the struggles of being a gaijin and the social isolation you feel. Like there's just like not a lot I could connect on with a lot of Japanese men. Um, you know, I don't know. That's hard. And like there's just like there's tiny things too. Tiny things you don't think about. Like living life every day where you go to a job and have nobody to talk to. Um, you know, you of course exchange pleasantries. I'm not like a total like misanthropic, anthropoid. Um, I did, how's it going? How was your weekend? Everything good? All right. Have a great week. Haha. Alejandro, what's up? Glad to see you here. But was kind of taxing is like, you know, now at work, I can, talk to another man who's a father like me and, exchange like how it is to raise a kid. I can ask my friend about his hobbies and we have some exchange of having the same hobbies. There's people who've watched the same movies as me over the weekend or is currently binging the same show. Small things like that, you don't think it's a big deal, but it is like death by a thousand cuts is the way it feels when you don't get to do stuff like that. Um, you know, ask for small favors, do small favors for others. Um, you know, I mean, one of the even small things like I don't have to cover my arms up when I work, you know. If another teacher or student sees my tattoos, they don't have a conniption, they don't think like freak, freak. Whereas in Japan, like they'd be like, "Oh, please, you gotta, please hide this. Please don't let the students see." It's like, okay, yeah, I get it. I understand. I get it. I'm not trying to tell Japan change your ways. Jason, that artist, what's up, dude? If you have been here, you see the good, the bad, and the ugly of Japan. Been 5+ years, almost six at that point. Jason, first of all, welcome to the stream. Stoked to see another artist on here. This is awesome. Um, Jason, is it okay? Can I ask, like, what do you do in Japan? Are you an artist there? Is America actually Japanese too? No, not really in any way. Hey, Happy New Year, Sinclair. Kabore. Um, yeah, I don't know. Um, there's a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, I would say the best way to enjoy Japan is if you have family and friends there already established, and you can come over like me, like when I'm gonna be over there for the next 2 months. I own my own house there, so I don't have to like rent a place. I don't have to stay at a hotel. I don't have to worry about reservations. My mind has the whole area mapped out still, so I'll never get lost. Um, and when I go there during the summer, I mean, it's kind of paradise for me. Um, I'm still getting paid for my job here. My family's all there with me, my wife and two kids. I'm surrounded by family, including her family too, which always treat me great. They're very wonderful. Um, I know like local people, like even we've got a bar downstairs where I know the bartender and stuff, and he's a cool dude. Um, we've got restaurants that we are patrons of that, treat me good. Um, so I've kind of really gotten lucky with what my situation is now, but living there long term, I don't know if maybe I would be able to do it again, I think, but it would have to be like after I retired here in America. Um, I will say, unless I got offered like a dream job in Japan, I don't think I'd ever want to work in Japan again. I know that's a pretty heavy statement to make. I think probably some people would be surprised to hear that. But unless I got something like, I don't know, Suda 51 asked me to come in and do like character development, or I was able to localize for, you know, I don't know, some kind of game series I'm really into, or I was asked to make like character designs for a Swery game coming out that was connected to like Deadly Premonition or something crazy like that, which it's never going to happen. I'm not so deluded to think that Japan needs my skills whatsoever as far as art is concerned. Um, probably wouldn't be anything that could really cajole me into working in Japan again. Like, especially if I was offered another teaching position in Japan, I'd never be a teacher in Japan again. Absolutely not. Um, it's just, it's not a great situation, especially now when the salaries are like stupidly low, like almost disrespectfully low. Um, oh, okay. Do they speak Japanese in America? Striker, America is like a melting pot. Like, there's every language here. I mean, if you tried to speak Japanese, the only people who'd understand it is either people from Guam or Japanese people. But I mean, if you go to New York, you can probably find Japanese speakers, or especially California too. Sorry, my man bun is all tied up and knotted in the back. Um, but I mean, Japan and America, like, Striker, you understand. You're just being facetious, right? Like, they're different. I would only work for an American company in Japan. Okay, yeah, Aaron. Okay, I would agree with you on that. Like, if an American company hired me over in Japan, I'd definitely do that. But yeah, like, I think you probably feel the same way I do, Aaron, where if you had to go back to, this is not any diss on someone who's an English teacher in Japan. If you had to go back to being like a lowly entry level English teacher for an Akayawa or like some kids, quote unquote international school, you'd probably never do it again. You'd be like, I'd rather jump off a cliff, right? Like, I mean, that's how I feel. Um, if I had to go back into the assistant language teacher position, no, I'd rather fucking be homeless. Like, I don't want to do that job again. It's really unfulfilling. What else did you say? What did you say here, Jason? I was a manager, English teacher at a small Kiowa for 5 years just to quit to pursue my online business. I like to hear that. That's good, Jason, man. What can we do to help? Let me promote it. What's your business, man? Let's promote it on here. Let's give you a shout out. Because I always want to see Gaijin succeed. I want to see Gaijin, you know, live out their dreams and stuff like that in Japan. I get it. Like I understand people are like, I wish I could go to Japan and do this dream job. I'm like, look, dude, go for that. Like obviously don't be completely ridiculous. Don't be the person who comes on here and tells me you want to be a doctor in Japan and you've not even finished high school. I don't want to hear dumb garbage like that. But if you want to be like, if your dream is to be like a character artist or like get into game development, I'm all for you doing that. I'm all for you pursuing that dream job, but I also want you to know the reality. Mitsubishi UFJ, but in the US. What? That is what I do now. I work. Oh, cool. That's cool, Aaron. Wow, so you actually have like a connection still. Wow, 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 wow. Congrats to you. One time at a MUFJ bank, I went in there with like really old Ichiman bills and um no, it wasn't fake. Your grandmother gave them to me. I don't think she would do that to me. No, but like they wouldn't exchange them for new ones because I was a gaijin. Like, yeah, it was really bullshit. Like, it was just total bullshit. Of course, I went over to SMBC, and that bank was like, yeah, we'll take your money. I don't care. Like they're gonna charge you a little bit for the exchange, but like they were okay. But I was really disappointed by that because I have like two different MUFJ accounts there, and I've had other jobs where they make me use their account and they couldn't respect me enough to like believe me about like you can check there's like pens that check if it's a real $100 bill. Like I don't know, that always pissed me off. It was, I'm not angry at MUFJ as a whole, but the location kind of pissed me off. I live here in the US because I want my daughter to have an American education. Yeah, I understand this, Aaron. See, this is why I came over with Maki because we wanted him to have the American experience. It was half for him and kind of half for my own sort of situation with setting up, like I said, like a safety area for my kids if they ever needed to. You didn't answer my question, bro. Striker, well, are you being real right now? Like, okay, are all New Yorkers Japanese? Striker, I love you, bro. You're a cool dude. You've made some funny jokes. That's a ridiculous question. You know it too, man. Come on, be real with me, Striker. Ask me the real questions. All right, but hey, Jason, let's get a shout out for your business if you're cool. I mean, if you don't wanna, I understand. Like if it's something private you wanna, but like, can we give your business here a shout out? We got another artist on here, Tim, who's got a comic book, and we try to get him more views on the comic book as well. I want to always promote like my fellow gaijin in Japan for sure, man. If there's anything I can do, man, let me shout out your business on the channel and give you some like eyes. Wow, dude. That's cool, Aaron. So you're kind of like a internal travel agent almost. I'm not trying to, I mean, that sounds like a cool job actually. Like if I've got it wrong though, correct me. I would not be good at that job. Oh my God. I'd be so afraid I'd mess up dates and plans and schedules and oh no, that would not be a good job for me. Oy, 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 oy. People would be on the wrong planes going to the wrong place on the wrong day. Oh, by the way, I just booked my trip for Japan. You want to hear how cheap I got my ticket? This is insane to me. Two people, two adults, because my son's, he's 12 and older now, so he's an adult. Um, Two people going straight from SRQ all the way out to Itami, $2,750. I can't believe I got it for that cheap. I could not believe I got that price. Like I had to check it over again to make sure I wasn't scammed or something. $2,750 for two people. You know, it's economy class, of course. You know, you're not living with Mr. Business class or, even comfort economy. No, not each, total. So about 1,300 something for each ticket. And that's round trip. Insane, right? Scott, my beautiful Scott. Thank you, Ikram. I never knew you thought of me as beautiful. Ikram, you seem like you're doing good, man. I'm happy to see that. Happy New Year, man. Alejandra, here, you're telling me my nightmare right here. I've worked as a travel agent, lasted 2 weeks. All the dates, times, differences, and so many clients confuse me. Yeah, that's what I would imagine my head would do. I got it on United, Aaron. United Airlines. I am shocked I got that. I tried to go through Delta first. They wanted $6,000 for round trip economy class. Like I like Delta, I use them quite a bit, but everything I checked was just like a garbage price. I don't know what's going on with them. Ikram Mia, the Rizzler. United, yeah. United Airlines? Yeah. Right? That's what they're called, right? I think so. It's the one with the little globe for their thing. How did you know, Aaron? How did you know United was like the cheapest one? Is there anything I should know about? Because you probably know more about traveling different airlines. Rip off? I don't know. That's pretty cheap. Jason, have you seen a cheaper price before? Yeah, why is Delta like insane expensive now, Aaron? Do you know anything about this? Because you seem like you might have some insider ideas. Like what I usually use Delta all the time, but I couldn't find a ticket that was like any lower than like 6,000 to $5,000. And like last year I used them for only $3,000 to do the same trip. I don't think United's not budget, is it? Is United considered a budget airline? We're gonna ask right now. Is United a good airline? It's ranked them on the top 20 airlines. You just know. Okay, all right. What's your opinion then? Like, do you feel like I'm gonna be okay in United's hands, Aaron? Mm. Here, Jason, let me give you. First of all, you're an artist, you're living in Japan, you're trying to promote your own company. Let me know what I can do to help with my channel. You don't need to tell me on here. Message me at my official email. Let's get you some shout outs. I've run a business in Japan before by myself. My school's still open there, being run by a friend. Um, but my God, is it a lot of work? I don't think I'd ever want to own my own business again after dealing that. Oh, United Food blows out. Delta's isn't that great either. I've never been impressed by any okay, but you know who had the worst? The worst food I ever had. Oh God, what was it? What country was it? Was it? It wasn't Thailand. I think it was Taiwan. I want to say it was Taiwan. Did I go through Taiwan? Fuck God, Taiwan's food was like straight. I mean, it might as well have been melted cardboard. I don't. Oh yeah, yeah, Aaron. Yeah, of course. Yeah, but can you fly? I don't think you can fly Anna Arjal out of America. But Aaron, I completely agree with Anna and Jal, especially Jal, is just like the highest quality. Like they're amazing. Like you actually feel like you're being treated like a customer, not like crap. Yeah, I'm serious about that, Jason. I'll forget. So you need to remind me, but hit me up on my official email. let me know what we can do to help, all right? I'm not looking for any connection or anything like that as far as like your business. I like to promote people's stuff, especially artists kind of, have you know, I have a lot of compassion for an artist trying to make it in Japan for sure. If I deceased, would you care? Yeah, Striker, I don't want to see you be deceased, okay? Obviously, I would care, man. I don't know what I could do personally to like reach out to you, but please, let's not talk about such a dark thing, Striker. I don't want to see anything happen to you. I know sometimes you're in kind of a dark place, but let's keep it. Let's stay around for one more sunrise, all right, buddy? Simpsons Snakes is in the house, live from Japan. Happy New Year. Hey, man, Happy New Year, bud. Glad to have you here, bud. You get a okay. Aaron, can you book my next flight for me? Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. You're doing me a big favor. Thanks, Aaron. I'm just joking. All right. Actually, I might ask you for advice though the next time I book one. Um, dang, that's awesome, dude. Please always like if you see me do something like that, you're like, oh, that's a bad choice. Like, yell at me. All right, let me know. Shaki, what's your thoughts on the stock market? Are we talking about the Jazz deck or the Nasdaq? Because if my thoughts on the Jazz deck is don't touch it for, I would stay far, far away from investing in anything in Japan, and aside from like maybe like Capcom or From Software. Well, I don't know. Actually, even From Software right now is kind of in an iffy place with them might being bought out. What is your favorite Japanese conspiracy? Hmm. My favorite Japanese conspiracy. I'd say my favorite conspiracy, and like, people can yell at me if they don't think this is real, but my the one I've heard before that I think might be actually true, and I'm not a big conspiracy person, is that the reason Japan doesn't properly teach English, like they never ever get English, like actual real English teachers to teach English in their high schools, middle schools, elementary school, is because they have so many bright and intelligent math and science scholars that if they could speak perfect English, they would be hustled off to America so fast, like America would recruit them so fast that Japan would lose their best and their brightest like that. They would be put to use by America so fast because America always needs more mathematicians, engineers, and scientists that Japan would lose all of those people. And they would be taken over and brought to America ASAP by a bunch of recruiting companies out of America. And that's why they never teach Japanese people proper English because it stops them from going overseas and taking jobs overseas. Don't fly Spirit or Frontier. One of the worst ones was Blue. What are they called? Blue something? Blue Sky? Is that the name? Yeah, something blue. And just like I felt like it was being run by like fast food workers, like people who were like underpaid, angry, and disgruntled fast food workers. I remember, like, when you think of flight stewardess, they've got to fit down those aisles. There was like a morbidly obese flight stewardess who she couldn't like fit down the aisles. Like, she couldn't, and I'd never seen that before. Like, I'm not trying to like body shame but it is actually a job where you need to be somewhat fit, right? Like, you actually, and like, she'd be like knocking stuff off of people's trays and everything just from her girth. And like, I thought it was incredible. She like, you need to move that. You need to get that out of the way because I'm coming down the aisle. And it's like you're literally knocking stuff off in people's seats. Like, I've never seen anything like that. JetBlue, that was the one. Yeah. Hey, dog boy, man, what's up, man? Haven't heard from you in a long time, dude. I hope life's treating you well. Happy New Year to you, bud. You can only express yourself in Armenia. Then you understand the feeling I'm talking about, Striker. You have to fit through the aisle, right? Like, if the trays that you're pushing, like the tray cart, if that's smaller than you, it might be time to go on a diet. Like, I have never seen anything like that. Like, the uniform was like all like untucked and like I had never seen anything like that. Um, and I remember right before I got on the flight, the people who were coming off the flight, a guy was like, "Never fly JetBlue, never fly JetBlue, it sucks." And like I was like, "What happened to this guy, dude?" I never got to hear the story about why he was so pissed off, but I was like, "Wow, that's a really bad sign." We got on there and it was just like I felt like it was like the seats were the equivalent to like a fast food restaurant bathroom. Like it was just garbage. It was just like it was all dusty and dirty inside the plane. Like nobody had cleaned anything up. Like you still had like old cups and stuff shoved into the magazine holders in the back. You know. And then I remember, yeah, this is insane. And then like they made an announcement like as soon as we get on, they're like, if you want peanuts, if you want headphones, $5. It's like who the pay $5 for those shitty like $1 headphones you can get at the Dollar Tree? Like, what the hell are you talking about? And there's not even like TV. It's like you plug in, you can listen to like the FM radio that's on their little like, seat armrests. Wait, did you slightly change your profile picture, Grumpy? I'm gonna go back up and check now. You changed it so the mouth is open. Grumpy, I love it. I think it was worth it. Pay for restroom. Have you heard about that, Snake? Like, I've heard there's like one company that were like they want to make you pay for the restroom, and they actually wanted to keep it like standing only until you pay for a seat. And they're like, yeah, because we can fit more people on the airplane. I doodled it. Well, you did a good job. It's really good. I like it, Grumpy. Keep it like that. I like that better. Possums look hilarious when they have their mouth open and they hiss a little bit. They're funny. I just got food all over my hand. Give me a second. All right, I want to get a little bit more to drink here. Why is this pencil on the floor? Where did this come from? Yeah, I don't know either. It's weird. Oh, probably when I carried my notebook over there, maybe I dropped this. Give me just a second here, guys. I'm pouring myself another drink here. Where did I put it? Oh, okay, here. Oh, what do we got? Oh, I don't want to drink black cherry again. I just had black cherry. Blah. Gotta change the taste up. What do we got here? Fruit punch? That sounds good. You guys like fruit punch, right? Actually, you know what? I wonder if I can do this. I've got it so I can walk around with the headphones now, so that lets me stay talking to you. But I should make it so I have the chat on my headphones. I mean, on my headphones, on my cell phones. Give me a second here, guys. I'll be able to see it while I'm getting this drink ready so we can keep talking. We can keep chatting. All right. And I just put a big heart in there for everybody. You should pull up some airplane arrest videos. Aaron, did you see the one? Like, they got that crazy one where that lady thought there's like a fake. Ooh, that was creepy. My faucet just moved by itself. That was kind of scary. I've never seen that before. That lady who said like there was a fake person sitting on the airplane. She's like, that man's not real behind me. He's a fake person. He's like a mannequin or something. That was kind of a creepy sort of situation. I mean, she was definitely, I think she was like really inebriated or something, like super drunk. It's still creepy. I've never heard such a complaint before. I need to get off this plane because some of the people aren't real humans. Strike always said, I never rest in the restroom. You shouldn't rest in the restroom. Airlines want to change the customer by weight. Charge the customer by weight? Whew, I don't know, man. That seems like it would end in like really, really offensive and confrontational ticket charges. I mean, they do it to your suitcase, which I kind of understand, but by weight, by customer, oh, I don't know, man. I see that like That would definitely add some insane videos to the whole internet travel sphere. Tell me about wild boars. Excuse me. Wild boars in Japan. Yeah, there's so many areas where you go where they're like, be aware of them. You don't see, we're in Osaka. We're in like the super city part. Definitely boars never live out there. But there's definitely a lot of areas where like you have to be careful. When I went to Okinawa, I remember there's a ton of signs for snakes and boars. How does that mix taste? It's kind of a weird taste. Who's going for a walk right now? 7 o'clock? I guess you can. Our neighborhood's super dark. That's why I feel like it's kind of weird to take a walk right now. But I guess if you have, they don't have a light or anything too. All right. Audio's a little choppy. Oh, I'm probably cutting out because I'm on a Bluetooth headphone set and I got too far. It'll get better now that I'm closer again. Oh, glad to be talking to you guys again, though. This is fun. It's always really fun. Give me a second here, guys. All right, he doesn't see it. Doesn't see what? I'm crackling. Oh, am I better now? Am I okay now that I'm closer to the computer again? I probably should be okay. I was probably walking too far. Let's see here. You have nothing serious to say anymore? Striker, you don't have to be serious, man. You can be funny. It would be pure chaos if you had your chat on your headphones. Oh, if like you guys could talk, you mean? Like if it was audio? That would probably be insanity. I'm about the wild boars. I wonder if airlines are ever going to be adapted to wheelchair users. Well, don't they like they have like seats in the back, or I shouldn't say seats. They have like areas in the back, right? Just don't look up close. Airlines want to charge customers by weight. I never, okay. All right, I think I caught up with everybody. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, yeah, okay. It sounded better again. Yeah, sorry, probably wandered too far away. That's interesting. I wonder how far I can go before it starts to get all choppy. I do love it though. I love having like headphones that are, Bluetooth and easy to go. Casey, what's up, man? Happy New Year to you too, bud. Seems like everybody's having a pretty good one so far. Text to speech. Oh, imagine that. Text to speech. Oh my God. Speaking of which, I wish I could set it up that I need to figure out how to do like overlays and stuff where when people donate, their message gets read. Audio and comments have ruined a lot of other YouTubers' streams with trolls. That YouTube chaos time period. Yeah, I mean, like, I understand what you're saying to a certain extent, but I don't like, one thing I really don't like is when a streamer has some kind of like sound loop that plays every time somebody donates and you're like trying to listen to what they're talking about. It's like, yeah, buddy, that's right. Yeah, buddy, that's right. Yeah, but like it keeps playing in the background and you're just like, dude, your stream is like really hard to listen to because you got that sound effect playing over and over again every time somebody like donates and you're just like, this is absurd. Like, stop this. Maybe that's just the boomer in me that gets annoyed by that, but that really pisses me off when I'm like, oh, this guy's got a lot of really good stuff to say. I want to listen. Yeah, buddy, that's right. And you're just like, okay. Your jokes are getting removed. They shouldn't be, unless, I mean, if you start to get really dark with it, like if you start talking about like, super dark subjects such as like, essay or death or anything like that, then yeah, I don't have any control over that. YouTube's going to automatically remove that. This definitely may sound ambitious, but I'm an X-ray tech in America. I actually live right next door to an X-ray tech. And there's a way for me to become one in Japan because the association that I'm with does internationally. I just need to look more. You probably have a good chance, actually. Like, nurses and anybody who works in the medical field are being adapted to Japan as fast as they can because they have way too many elderly people to take care of. You headed out to Korea? All right, we'll see you, Snake. Have a good time in Korea, man. What's up? Elderly, Oyaji and Baba. Yeah. That's just anybody who's old. Yeah. Toshi Toteru no Hito. Say again? Rosie Home? What is that? Yeah, so we call it like an elderly care center. Same thing. So the elderly or elder just means like old person, and elderly care center is the Rosie Home. Yeah. It was a conspiracy theory I came up with concerning nationalism. Hmm. I mean, try to write it again. I'd actually like to hear that, Striker. I would be interested to hear that. Oh, I like the repeated sound. Only if the audio is made by. Oh, there's some that are okay. Like if it was just like a meow or something, or like, but like talking on top of talking is what like drives me insane. Nursing home, elderly care center. Yeah, yeah. See, even Dogboy here. Dogboy lives in Japan, and he knows what he's talking about. They're always trying to like. I know a lot of Filipino people are getting their visas easily by becoming nurses in Japan. Well, I shouldn't say easily. They've got to learn to speak pretty decent Japanese. Oh, shoot. Yeah, the plane crash in Korea, man, that's sad as hell, dude. Their landing gear didn't come down. You know, like the wheels that come out. Huh? Oh, no, there must have been some kind of like malfunction. Yeah, because I checked, trust me, after that happened, I checked what mom's plane in is she's not flying in a Korean airline, so that's good. But man, yeah, that was scary to see, dude. All 172 people died on that. Uh-huh. Every single passenger died. Yeah. It's sad, man. I'm sorry to see that, man. Uh, yeah, I think what the landing gear didn't come down. Still doesn't work. Can I Discord you? Yeah, Striker, send it on Discord. I'd like to see what you have to say, honestly. I'm not joking. I had to explain that to people here. It was difficult. Um, what do you mean? Like you had to explain like why people could get jobs in elderly care centers even though they're immigrating? They said bird strikes. Bird strike? I thought that I could have sworn they said the landing gear didn't come down. Two people survived? Oh yeah, I heard like yeah. I'm sorry. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how they could have survived. The whole thing caught on fire. I think yeah, Aaron, you're right or something like that. I can't remember exactly. I should research it more before I speak on it. I'm not trying to, dishonor the dead or make light of any sort of situation. That's incredibly tragic, and I'm sorry for all the families involved. Um, it does make me scared, of course, when I'm going to be flying out that area myself. And my wife just took a flight today and still hasn't landed yet, but luckily she is connected on Delta and Anna or JAL. So, but that plane was designed to run on engine only. They were in the back of the plane. Wow, that's how they survived. Interesting. Incredible. Oh, they didn't know what a nursing home was. Oh, they would confuse it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Dog boy, I totally understand what you're talking about. I've had the same problem before too, where they're like, "Hoikuen, Yochien," and you're like, "No, no, 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 no. It's for old people. It's not called the same thing." The landing gear was designed to still deploy. I don't know what happened. I mean, I'm no aeronautical expert, so I really don't have a great voice on this one. All I can say is I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the families and everything. That's got to be incredibly tragic. At first, it was believed that they all passed away, but I recently watched the news on it and they were able to get some words from the victim. The person couldn't believe they made it. Yeah, I imagine so, considering it pretty much, ended the life of nearly 200 people. As an engineer, I have many questions about the. Yeah, it did seem like really. I mean, you don't hear like that kind of thing happening, especially like birds in the engine. I mean, yeah, like they're saying it looked like the landing gear didn't come down, but some people are apparently the company itself is saying that like birds flew into the engine. Yeah, A lot of people aren't believing it because yeah, that happens all the time. Like birds fly into the engines of planes. Like they're pretty much made to like chew it up and spit it out. I mean, it sucks for the bird. Of course, they're dead. But if a single bird could stop an airplane engine from running, they wouldn't be very trustful. Yeah, exactly. It would be incredibly dangerous to ever go into the sky. DJ, hey, bud. First of all, great new avatar. I love it. And also, Happy New Year to you too, bud. I hope 2025 is going to treat you great. As an engineer, I have many questions. Yeah, yeah. That doesn't. Hmm. I shouldn't bite my nails on stream. That's disgusting. I'm sorry. Um. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I'm so sorry to see that, man. Um. I hope the families get the answers they want about what happened. Hmm. Yeah, but I'm glad to hear some people did survive. Hopefully they can give some insight as to what exactly went down, man. Because that sounds insane, dude. Um, Otherwise, I want to take a look at. I watched. Hold on, let me type this in real quick. Oops. All right. What's your favorite food that you craved when you went back to the States? Oh man, there's like a bunch. I mean, decent macaroni and cheese, a decent burger, decent pizza. Some of the harder things to find in Japan. I mean, I'm not saying Japan doesn't have okay pizza, like you can get Costco pizza. Oh, I know. Here's the biggest thing. Oh, buddy, buddy, buddy. All right, there you go. Um, I'd say the biggest thing that you can't get out there. They could easily probably do it. I don't know why they don't. Hot wings. There's no good hot wings out there. The worst is Japan has these one kind of wings they serve that are like way smaller than a normal wing, and it's just like the smallest wings you could ever eat. They have like almost zero meat on them. Might as well just be called chicken bones rather than chicken wings, man. It's so bad. What are you doing, silly boy? There's no snacks up here. Uh, oh, what's this? About 4 years ago, I was booking a corporate travel, and the guy tried to take his parakeets the on the in the plane on the bag. What? He was banned and removed from the airline for like, yeah, you can't do stuff like that. Oh, was that for an international flight? If that was for an international flight, he's a complete mad lad. That's insane. Like they always ask you like if you have any like fruits and vegetables to declare because they're worried about tiny bugs on it. If you're bringing an entire species of bird over, like what are you thinking? Yeah, this one of my viewers, she works as like a travel agent for MUFJ Bank. You know MUFJ, right? And she booked a flight for somebody, and they tried to sneak parrots. Yeah, parrots onto the flight, and I don't know why you would try to do that. I don't know. And they kicked him off the flight and banned him forever from the airline, which is, dude, that's nuts, dude. What are you thinking? Yeah, just go buy a parrot when you get to Japan. There you go. Perfect. Good answer. True story. I believe you. It just sounds absolutely insane. Holy cow. What was he thinking? My God. And he did that while like on a company trip too? Like his company must have been like, what the hell are you doing, you weirdo? Why would you risk it? Hey, Scott sent you an email with more details about my situation. Awesome. Thank you, Jason, man. I'll look into it. I definitely want to see what I can do to help, man. No hot wings. Would not have guessed that. Yeah, man. Like, right? I don't. The worst was like even just buying like hot wing sauce was difficult. I mean, you could go on Amazon and get it, of course, but like, yeah, yeah. It was a domestic flight. Okay, at least he didn't try to do that on an international. That would have been insane. From Florida to New York. Why would you try to put him in your bag? Like, why would you think a parrot would be okay with that? And then what was he gonna do? Put him in the overhead compartment where they'd be like crushed to death? What the hell? What are you thinking? I mean, you can take an animal on a flight, but you have to pay like a ticket, like a normal ticket. I know I've brought a cat on a flight before. And like I just had to keep him in a cage and the cage had to go underneath my seat. I felt really bad for my cat, but he made it there okay. It was just from a flight from Pennsylvania to Florida. There's nothing. I've been around 10 years since I had a decent burger. I haven't been back to the US since my oldest was 1. Man, dog boy, there used to be, for a while, there was a shop down in Amemoto called Critters Burger. It was the only place I ever ate in Japan where the guy really knew what the hell he was doing. There was this amazing burger he had learned how to make. He had actually gone over to America to like learn how to make burgers like the American way, and it was incredible. Their burgers were so good. And they were like really good full sized, actual American sized burgers with like a ton of fries like you get in America and stuff. It was excellent. I wish the place had never shut down. And he was a Japanese dude. What's he doing, man? He needs to follow the rules. Japanese people know how to follow rules, man. What's he doing? The guy who brought the parrots on was a Japanese guy. Not a pigeon, a parrot. Yeah, I don't think anybody keeps pigeons as a pet. That would be pretty that'd be weird. I don't know. Maybe somebody does that. Got a craving for a good cheeseburger now. You got to make it yourself. You know what also sucks is like you can't even buy like the pre-made patties at the school, like at the school, at the cafeteria. I mean, at the cafeteria, at the grocery store. Sorry, it's my first time streaming. I don't really know what I'm doing. Um, here in America, I can go buy like Angus beef pre-made burgers where I just, add some spices, onions, and then give them the works, and they come out tasting incredible. I made them for my wife and my son while they were here, and they loved it. They were going nuts for it. My son ate 2 of them. He liked it so much. I couldn't believe it. He's like not a big guy. He's a skinny little 14-year-old, and he ate 2. He liked them so much. Um, oh, parakeets. It's different from a parrot. Sorry. You grow your own super hot peppers. That's a good idea. My wife can't stand it. There aren't there people who keep pigeons and use them to race? Yeah, I mean, I think some people even still do messenger pigeons. Pigeons are actually really good at that, like uncanny levels of good at that. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's probably still people who do that, Uh, what was, for example, Ghost Dog. You guys remember Ghost Dog, the urban samurai? He keeps pigeons. And so does that one guy from John Wick, Lawrence Fishburne. So people still keep pigeons as pets. I know, I've seen it in movies. And American movies are real life. You guys didn't know that? I like pigeons because of the nests that they can build. Have you guys ever seen a pigeon build a nest? You should. I know. I know. You should look it up online sometime. What kind of nest a pigeon builds? Yeah, they've forgot how to do it. Like they've been breeded in such a way where they don't know how to do it anymore. It's like been burned out of their DNA. It's crazy to see. Deco-chan, here for so much love. Oh, my sweet baby boy. Like a giant black and white throw pillow. My aunt and uncle did pigeon races internationally. Wow. Okay, sorry. Look, a lot of people keep them. Actually, if you guys didn't know, 1 out of every 10 unrested viewers keeps a pigeon as a pet. That's a new statistic I just made up. Pigeons are kept as pets in some places. See, look, Nuno too. 1 out of every 10 unrested viewers, right? Cow cat. You're the first person I've ever heard cow cat. I think I would use cow cat instead of like they call it tuxedo cat I've seen, but I think Grumpy, your definition is better because my cat is becoming cow sized. So cow cat does sound better. I like it. Ushi neko. My dad is a hunter, lots of guns. My dad's got a bunch too, but he used to be a hunter. He's never done any hunting in Florida though. He used to hunt a bunch in Pennsylvania. Mike Tyson's into keeping pigeons. See? And he's also an unrested viewer. Mike Tyson's one of my biggest viewers. He doesn't really donate or anything to the stream or like get a membership, but he's pretty big about um, hanging out, in the comments and stuff like that. You guys will probably see him once in a while. Um, he usually uses a what's her name? Dang it, I can't remember now. He has like a an anime avatar that he always likes to use. Um, I forget what her name is again. That he always uses her. He used to use the one girl from Doki Doki Literature Club, Monica. That's right. He's a big Monica fan. He's like, "There's only Monica, Scott. Never forget that. Your friend Mike T." And I'm like, "Oh, Mikey," because that's what I call him. Him and I are like good friends. I'm like, "Oh, Mikey, you'll never ever get unhooked from Monica, will you?" My brother's neighbor saw him chilling with a dude randomly one time, and they were like comparing pigeons. Okay. It's like, yeah, Aaron, you should do it. You should change it to like Monica and then like rechange your name to Mikey T, and then we'll just keep the myth alive. Mike Tyson loves Lucky Star. Yeah, he's a huge Lucky Star fan. Um, Lucky Star and Sailor Moon, like the I literally I had to talk to Mike about watching other anime because all he could ever talk about was Sailor Moon because he's like really big into the whole like Sailor Moon henshin. And it's just like, Mike, there's other stuff out there. So then finally got him. He's like into Usagi Drop now and K-On. He's bigger into those now instead of just Sailor Moon. You probably been asked before, but do you miss living in Japan 100%? I do miss living in Japan. I miss being able to take a train anywhere. Um, I miss being able to walk downstairs and buy anything from the conveni for like if I had forgotten to get one ingredient for making dinner for the night, I could just walk back downstairs and buy that ingredient. I mean, they literally sell like, it's not like America where all they sell is like slushies and like the most unhealthy snacks ever. You can buy stuff. Yeah, it's all snacks pretty much. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's true. The snacks is times four. Yeah, I do like that. I wish Japan had that. I think I know. I'm comparing them. What I think would probably do really well is I bet if you had slushy machines in Japan, I think that would do really well. Yeah, Aaron, you always miss Japan. Yeah, I always miss Japan too. I just miss the simplicity of my life there. My life was very simple there. Um, I did not have to juggle a lot of deadlines, schedules, maintenance, anything like that. It was just kind of like wake up, go to work, come home, play video game. And that was pretty much my life. Um, the problem, though, is I wasn't challenging myself. I wasn't growing as a person. Um, I don't blame Japan for that. That's on me. Um, and I think my wife saw that to a certain extent. I think she saw that. And, she also saw like my own son kind of deal with, he wasn't a big fan of the education system, Maki here. Um, and I think she saw with me, like, I kind of felt like frustrated and boxed in with what I could do. So I think she, number one, wanted to see me uh, harvest more of the skills that I have um, and succeed in some of the endeavors I wanted to pursue. Same with my own son. And I mean, it was really, she was the one to push for it at first. And at first I thought like, I don't know if this is a good idea to go to America, but she started talking to me about it where she was like, I think he'd do better in an American education system. And also, number two, we need to have a plan for if anything ever happens in Japan. Like, Osaka's still expecting like a mega quake. Um, the economy is not going to get better anytime soon. I mean, let's be completely honest and upfront about Japan's economy. Unless something extreme happens politically, I mean, it's going to be, you're just going to continue to see it drop down the economical ladder until it's like, I don't know if there is such thing as a second world nation, but Japan might be the first one, where they've got like, modern convenience, but like an economy that's just absolute dog water. But you can't go back. At some point, I felt I had to make a change, and it was scary at the time. I couldn't imagine leaving, and it was really difficult to leave after 8 years. Coming back to the US was devastating. Yeah, I mean, Aaron, there's like a part of you that kind of feels like defeated, right? Like, oh, I couldn't make it long term. Like I couldn't be like a lifer. I understand that. I actually used to have like nightmares about having to return to America. If that sounds, I know that probably sounds like a joke, but I used to, especially when I was there for the first 4 to 5 years, I used to have like nightmares that like something went wrong where Japan made me go back to America, and like everybody was like, "Aha, you couldn't make it in Japan." And I used to actually have nightmares about that. I know it sounds silly, but obviously it was something that had a huge chip on my shoulder that was bugging me, where I felt like I was going to be defeated by Japan. Um, I will say though, and I mean, I was really not confident about making the move back here to America. You know, it took a lot of convincing from my wife to try it out. She also like made a plan for like if it doesn't work out, you can come back after a year. You should just like, make it so that if everything goes wrong, you can't get a job, you can't get a car, you can't get a house, just head on back. It's fine. We'll figure it out from there. Like, she didn't pressure me to the point where she's like, no, you need to do this. Um, and I would say actually the first 7 months, I still was questioning why I did it. I wasn't really making videos yet then either. Like, the first 7 months, I think I didn't make a video when I first moved back. I didn't know what to do. The biggest thing was I didn't really have my own space. That was really hard. I got back here and like it was my son and I stuck in a tiny bedroom in my mom and dad's tiny condo. And our whole life had to exist inside of a like 10 by 10 box pretty much. Um, that was rough. I'm sure even my son could agree that that was rough. Um, that was rough. I used to like I lived almost like an hour away from work. I'd have to wake up at 5 a.m. to drive halfway across two cities to get to like work each day and then drive the same thing back at night. Like now when I go to visit my parents, I'm just like, God, I can't believe I had to drive this every day. Um, I'd say it wasn't really until I got my car. That wasn't too hard. I got a car pretty fast. Um, the job I was really proud of that I got a job so fast and that I was a teacher because it's a decent job. Um, but since I was struggling to really find a house, like that was a real struggle. I do not wish the pain, torment, annoying, absolutely um, time eating concept of looking to buy a house on anyone. It is a miserable situation where, you know, you want to get one. You also don't want to be ripped off. You also want to make sure you get something that's not going to bankrupt you, but you also don't want to settle for a piece of junk. You also don't want to be tricked and be sold a lemon of a house. You also don't want to have to keep using every single weekend you have, the little tiny bit of free time you have to keep searching for a house. It's miserable. Yeah, Jason, I understand, dude. I'll probably maybe in the email I'll talk to you a little bit about this, but I feel especially like if you're a creative person, um, there's good things about Japan where like nothing is taboo as far as like I could draw monsters, I could draw demons, I could draw like crazy, gory pictures with battles and everything and like fantasy stuff and like people would look at it and be like, "Cool. I like it. Cool." And like even artists who I wasn't as good as like the fact that I had a Western style like really stood out to them. Like I had people commission me for pieces due to my Western style, which kind of blew my mind. I felt like, God, Japan's got such incredible artists. Um, why would anybody ever be interested in my art when there's so many people far more advanced than I am? And it was just because I had a Western spin, like just my background, my style, the way I drew, like the way my characters looked and everything like that. People really enjoyed that. Um, and I got, commissions and but like there's a certain level of you that's stifled where like, for example, I have artist friends here in America and I can talk to them about my art and I can talk to you guys about my art too. Um, and I feel like that proliferates your artistic spirit, your creativity. It encourages you to do more, you get more feedback and it advances your skill and your passion for the craft. And I feel like in Japan that I couldn't find that. I couldn't find that outlet. Like I couldn't find people to talk to about my obsession with making like the best grim dark fantasy pictures or the most horrifying demonic looking monster and stuff like that. Like I don't know how to express it, but I just felt like life was too serious sometimes in Japan. Yeah. Hold on, I'm missing some comments here. I'm going to go back and read some of these. All right. I'm currently looking into moving to Thailand or the Philippines. Kind of burnt out on Japan at the moment. Yeah, I hear you, Jason. I hear you, bud. Um, I lived there all my 20s. It's such a formative time of your life. Yeah, I went through like my early 20s all the way through into like my full, fully through my 30s and into halfway through my 40s, man. So I like a massive chunk of my life. I mean, um, I lived 25, 26 years in America first, and then the next 15 years in Japan. So, like, it's a massive chunk of my life. It influenced me greatly, and there's a lot of good influences it had on me. Like, my work ethic increased tenfold. Um, my use of manners increased tenfold. Um, my knowledge of customer service and how to be good at customer service. And I know people are like, "Well, you're a teacher. What are you talking about customer service?" No, every job you work has customer service. My customers are the parents. Um, you know, Japan definitely taught me a lot about that. It taught me a lot about being humble. It taught me a lot more about um, not never gloating, never being egotistical, never putting yourself above a team, never allowing yourself to speak for your skill. Never come out and be like, I'm the best at this. Let your skill or your hard work speak for you. Stay silent and show how your dedication can really speak for you. That was a really incredible and I think transcendental sort of lesson that made me really learn how you can truly show your passion for a craft or a form of work or dedication to um, something you're working on by allowing it to speak for you. It makes a far bigger impact. Um, anyway, let me catch up with these comments. I'm currently looking into moving. Yeah, okay. Lived there all my 20s. Totally agree. Maybe I'm regretting having named my cat Lucifer. I like that name. He has done nothing but live up to his name. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. What snacks did Miss Unrested bring with her? Ugh, I got a bunch of different types of Kit Kats. We've got like matcha, wasabi Kit Kat, Oh, really? You want it? Where did I put that? All right, next time I get up, I'll look for it. Some of them I got to give away, Maki. Yeah, some of them are gifts, but you can eat the matcha ones. I don't think anybody's gonna go crazy about taking matcha Kit Kat. I'll look for it when I get up, okay? Um, but you can't go back. Yeah, Aaron, I really feel that like that kind of comment really echoes in my mind. You can't go back. It's like I go back and visit my wife and my kids and stay there, and I have like a place there. But if I were to, shut everything down that I've started here in America and try to move back, I don't see that happening. Um, in fact, my wife and I are trying to figure out how to get her moved over here. She's more so looking to permanently move to America. Um, at some point, I felt I had to make a change, and it was scary. Yeah, it was really scary. It's not just scary, it's depressing. It's like emotionally a very heavy choice to have to make. I couldn't imagine leaving, but it was really difficult to leave after 8 years. Yeah. Coming back to the US, devastating. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Okay. Recently, a lot of Americans I know are going back. I just don't think I can. As tough as it is on me here, it's better for my boys. I understand. I understand, dog boy. Um, I mean, really, also, unless your kids start to really ask to go to America, I understand why you wouldn't want to suddenly pick them up and move there. Whereas, like, I had, one of my sons was interested in actually trying education out here. Hence, I didn't feel like it was any sort of forced move or anything on his part. Um, ah, and I've actually asked him already now, like, would you ever want to go back to Japan to, do education there instead? And he's like, nah. He's like, I'm pretty satisfied here. He misses his friends. He misses hanging out. He misses the activities of just being able to freely go out on your bike and hit up karaoke and, go grab sweets and go to a snack shop and stuff like that and just hang out with his buds. Like that's a big thing he misses there. But I think he doesn't miss the, go to school from 7:30 all the way till 2:30, come back, go to Juku from 3:30 to 6:30, come back, study from 6:30 to 9:30, sometimes stay up till 2 a.m. studying for a test. I don't think he misses that at all. Do you miss that at all? You miss the hard study stuff? Yeah, he just shook his head. No, I didn't think so. I still miss it every day. Yeah, I mean, there's days when I'm teaching and the students are like driving me nuts, and I'm like, man, I miss how students acted in Japan. I definitely miss that. I hear you. I've had to work much more than most, but we're actually sorry, Snake. I've lost track now. Do you live in Japan now, or do you live in the States? I do not want to go back to having nothing to do, Scott. That is why I'm here. Striker, I'm sure we can find you something to do. I've got some stuff I can have you work on if you're really looking for a project. Um, I'll talk to you later about it though. Byte 3 a.m. The economy collapse is the reason why I will try to go to US instead of Japan. Yeah, if you're looking for a strong economy, I would definitely choose the US over Japan. No offense to Japan, but the economy is just they have no plans to fix it. They're it's incredible that they're being this stubborn about the economy. Like I don't know how bad they're going to let it drop. I have to admit now I'm a lifer. Okay, so you are in Japan and you're staying there for life. I think you'll be fine. I think you'll make it. Economically, I'm glad I have what I have here in the US. Yeah, see, that's the thing too, Aaron. Like, economically, I mean, I can't even compare it to Japan. Like, the amount I make here as a teacher, and like Florida pays the lowest as far as teachers are concerned. I'm still making like at this point, after raises and bonuses and everything, I'm making almost 6 times what I made in Japan. I literally make almost double what I made in a month in 2 weeks here in America. Like, I feel like I'm living like a king, honestly. Like I got so used to living on like a really crap income, um, that now I feel like I'm just like, holy cow, I don't even can't believe what kind of savings I got and everything now. That's I think that kind of taught me a lot of temperance too. I think that's one good thing about Japan is it like taught me not to be um such a spendthrift with my money to just go crazy buying anything. Like I learned to live on very little amounts of money and only really purchase stuff when I really wanted it. Where I used to be really callous with my cash back in America before I moved to Japan. I mean, I was also a lot younger then too. Um, and now with the amount I make, like I sometimes I wonder, I'm like, how are people living that they like are living paycheck to paycheck when they make more than me? It's like, what are you buying? Like, don't invest yourself into like car payments and stuff. I mean, unless you absolutely need to, I don't understand people getting into cars that they have like car payments more than my mortgage. Like, what the hell are you doing? Is a car like being in a fancy car that important? I don't know. Do you think you and the fam go back to Japan or stay in the States? We actually, our plan right now is this, like after my eldest son Kenny starts college, if he can handle it okay on his own, which I think he'll be fine. My wife does plan to move here. We're not going to sell our house though. We're keeping the house. Um, she's going to attempt to start a sort of kintsugi business out here. Um, she also wants to be able to monitor and manage. Ooh, sorry, I just knocked the whole entire computer setup. She also wants to monitor and manage some of like the dentists that she works with out there and stuff. So she's still kind of running a small business out there in Japan, to have kind of like a sort of steady background income. Um, we'll obviously still be traveling back between both countries. She would probably travel to Japan when I have time off here in America because I'm a teacher. So, I work winter, fall and winter, a little bit of spring, and then head to Japan for the end of spring and the start of summer, all the way till when summer ends. We'll probably live on that schedule. Um, my younger son, Maki, I don't know exactly what his plans are. He may choose to go to college here. He may choose to go to college in Japan. I support him with whichever choice he makes. Um, Same with my older son too. He said he might even choose an American college, which I'd actually be kind of shocked if he did. If he wants to, he could easily get in. His grades are like insane. Oh, what? You mean college? Osaka College, right? Yeah, he probably will end up going there. I mean, it's a really good deal if he does, especially with like the government paying for stuff now in Japan. My mortgage, my friends, the education for my child, it's tough. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I hear you, Aaron. I've got all the same feelings about what I have here now. What? Yeah, you can't make it in Japan. Like, that's the problem. Like, as a gaijin, even if I worked my ass off as a teacher, I would never make enough to afford a house there unless I wanted to buy like some dilapidated mess. Um, I don't even know if I would be offered a big enough mortgage to even own a house there because I'm just not Japanese. I mean, they won't even offer you a credit card most time because they think you're just going to up and leave the country, which, part of me understands. I get it. Like it would be a risk for a bank to offer it to a gaijin who could just literally hop on a plane the next day and leave them with the tab. But at the same time, it doesn't make the chance of anybody starting a life there very prevalent, right? Um, there's limited chance to ever move up any kind of ladder in education out there for a gaijin. I know people are like, well, why don't you get your teaching certificate in Japan? It's like, no, you don't understand. Like to even get to that point, I'd have to become like a Japanese citizen. Like I'd have to go through so much work. It just wouldn't even be worth it. I'd be spending the next 5 to 7 years working on that. And for what? So that I could start at the bottom of the ladder again? Like, why? Why would I do that, right? Here in America, I come with 15 years of teaching in Japan, which they accept. They take that on. They say like, yeah, you got 15 years, so that adds to like what your pay is here in America. And then I've already got 2 years under my belt for America, so that ups my pay too. So like, if I went back to Japan and tried to actually make it in education as a officially certified teacher, I'd probably start all the way back at like $2,000 a month, which I mean, that'd be insane to have to try and live off of 2000 at my age. 45 years old making 2000 a month. Fuck that. Um, I could be your older brother, and I do have American and Japanese retirements coming in a few years. Uh, be your older brother. I have American. Uh, we can. Oh, we can be brothers. Of course, Snake. I'll call you brother right now, brother. Um, It does teach you to be frugal with your cash and live in tight situations, literally with sizes. Yeah, I mean, like, I hear some people complain about like what they can afford as far as a house is concerned, and like, I feel like I own a mansion with like what I've bought out here. Um, I feel like, I mean, I live in like a massive house. I mean, my son and I talk all the time about like when my wife and eldest son are not in this house feels like empty. Like it feels like too big almost. Um, I think I would say like one thing is like maybe Americans take a lot for granted as far as what they're able to do and afford and have as far as facilities in their own place. Like every house almost has two bathrooms and, two showers or two baths or, two toilets. Like even finding a place with that in Japan, especially in the city, I mean, that's pretty rare. Um, you got a washer and a dryer. You got a refrigerator where I can buy like a week of groceries and fit it in there. I've got fluoride in my water. And if you think having fluoride in your water is bad, you need to go live in Japan and look at people's teeth over there and then tell me about how bad it is. Um, I've got internet with my HOA. It's high speed all the time. It's not a shit connection. Um, I don't have to pay a water bill. It's a part of my HOA. My electric bill never goes much above like 80 to $90. Um, Technology's pretty cheap out here. Buying a decent computer, not so expensive like it is in Japan. Japan, like you could charge an arm and a leg for a decent gaming rig. Um, Food's more expensive. I will say America's gotten really ridiculous with food prices. Like I can't believe eating at McDonald's costs as much as eating at a nice restaurant now. Like that's so stupid. Um, Most jobs that you work in America, there's a chance to move up. Like even now, like I've already gotten like higher positions at the job I've been at for only 2 years. And like in Japan, it was just never, the most I could have been is like head teacher or something, or like maybe a school manager. Like, there's no motivation, there's no goals, it's like, okay, you've reached the top, that's it, that's all there is. Um, and the other thing is you always get treated like a second class worker too. You're doing the main function of a school. Like you're teaching, you're doing the thing nobody else there can do. Speak and teach English. Yet you're the only person there who doesn't get a Christmas bonus. You don't get a summer bonus. You don't get the same healthcare benefits. You don't get the same time off. Um, you know, um, if there's 401ks, the equivalent to a 401k, you don't get that. Um, you don't get to own any stock, like nothing like that. Like you don't get any stock options or anything. Like there's nothing. Like you're just always like, oh yeah, but like you might go back any day now, so we're not going to really invest in you as an employee. Whereas like in America, like I know people say they feel like they get treated like trash out here, and I think there is a lot of companies that do treat their employees like trash out here. I'd say definitely in the service business, that's definitely true. Um, But I mean, where I'm in the education business, like, I mean, they've paid for my training and stuff. I've gotten free college classes. They're willing to invest scholarships into me getting like higher education for a master's and stuff like that. Like I feel a lot more reciprocation from the employer here in America. Like they want to invest in me and want to see me stay long term. Whereas in Japan, I feel like I could have died the next day and they'd replace me with another dude wearing the same uniform, teaching the same stuff from the same useless books that never increase anybody's language. I don't know. Let's see. Sorry, am I going too slow here? I don't care. I'm gonna take my time and read everybody's stuff. This is kind of my favorite part, though, is like actually to read what people are saying in chat and respond to it. Um, Getting to play the music that I want and collabing with musicians. Yeah, that's something you can't do in Japan. Like everybody always asks me why every single band in Japan is like studio produced. There's no garage bands. There's no such thing as a garage band. You don't have a garage to practice in. If you want to meet other members of bands and practice, and I know this because I was in like a death metal band while I was out there, you all have to get together, rent studio space, and only practice there. And it's really ridiculous. What kind of image the Americans have about us? I really want to know. What kind of image do Americans have about us? Sorry, Bite 3 a.m. Are you Japanese? Are you asking like what Americans imagine the Japanese as? Because if you really want to, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, like Japanese ideas of Americans are ridiculous, and Americans' ideas of the Japanese are ridiculous. Um, I've been asked by multiple Japanese if like everyone's a gun-toting like person, and there's always surprised if Americans are overweight. They're like, I got to America, everybody overweight. And it's like, yeah, man, what'd you think? Like they're like, but Hollywood, so trim, so fit. It's like that's Hollywood, man. Like I don't I don't understand that. Like you can't completely make your idea of what a country is from their movies. Like obviously that's not every single Japanese person's opinion, but I would say it is a considerable amount. Um, they also think like we all have guns and stuff like all the time, and that crime is way higher than it is. Um, as for Americans' perception of Japanese, I think there's the biggest problem I run into is they don't like, and I guess I kind of get this to a certain extent, especially when I was younger. They mix up all the different Asian races. Like they don't really know that there's a very clear difference. It's like imagine if you'd always mix up Europe, like if Japanese people would mix up Europeans, Canadians, and Americans all together all the time. Or like saying like, what's the difference between South America and North America? Isn't it just like the same people? Like, yeah, not quite. Um, so the other thing I hear from Americans too is they think Japanese mostly can speak English. Like they believe like you could go over there and just talk to anybody. And this is just like the average person on the street, like even within my own school and stuff like that. People still believe there's like a higher level of technology over in Japan, which I can definitely reiterate again and again is not true. There's no kind of like superior technology there. I will say Japanese toilets are a lot better if it's not the washiki benjo. So Japan has some of the worst toilets and some of the best toilets. It's so weird. Um, my daughter's father is Brazilian. We love Brazil. That's cool. Um, my wife traveled back and forth from America and Japan. It was great. That's good though, because then she really like my wife before we ever met, she had already spent like something like half a year in America. So she had like a better concept. And she had dated other gaijin before and stuff too. My wife, oh no, I just read that. I was an electrical engineer and I still had to prove myself every day. So wait, do you work as an electrical engineer in Japan? Because if you do, that's pretty incredible. Like, I mean, honestly, like that sounds incredible. Our Brazilian family is still in Japan. Japan to them offers opportunities that Brazil does not. I can understand that. Also, Japan is like a million times safer than Brazil. No offense to Brazil. Um, if I had the two countries to live for as far as the safety of my children was concerned, I definitely choose Japan. No offense again to Brazil. A lot of people don't know the Brazil-Japanese connection. That's really interesting. As a foreigner in Japan, you are never going to see yourself grow financially. Yes, Aaron, you nailed it. That was the, and like, like, and I don't want to sound like, oh, I'm Sigma male, like I gotta be the alpha and stuff. But as a man, that was really um, belittling. It really felt, it really kind of crushed my spirit. Because as a man, you don't want to be like, I loved it. My wife, she's an incredible person with an incredible mind, um, who I think works harder than anyone I've ever met in my life. She's the breadwinner the whole time. And there was no way I was ever going to reach the level of salary that a dentist does out there. Um, but as a man, and I'm not saying like, I got to be the breadwinner, I need to, but like, I want it to be like making a substantial amount, like making something that like would really make a difference in our savings, that my kids could look up to as far as like, you know, uh, working a steady, well-paying job in which like I move up in the career. And I felt like there was nothing in Japan that offered me that, like where they could look up to me and be like, oh, one day I want to be able to like, climb through the ladder economically like my father did. I was always like working about the same pay for every single stupid teaching job I worked out there. And again, no offense to teachers out there. And especially like if you've just finished college and you go out there to be a teacher, I think that's a decent job for someone having just finished college. Um, but it pained me to not be able to actualize myself as a figure who my kids could look up to and ask about my job and want to know like how does one go up in rank in that job? How does one like get a raise in that job? Like more responsibilities in that job, higher positions in that, earning enough to do things like afford a car, afford a house, and show, an accumulation of these things of building a life. Um, I was never going to be on that level to be able to do those things. And this isn't like a materialistic, money grubbing, you know, um, ego building thing that I'm trying to do for myself. It's me trying to be an example for my kids and even just for my own personal spirit, right? Like I always felt like half a man there. Um, and that's probably something that's very hard for me to admit. I'm kind of shocked I'm even admitting that now on camera. But there was part of me who really felt like a loser. Um, my own company, I started my own company out there, didn't explode into like a multi-million dollar cash situation. Not that it ever was, not that I've met anybody who started a business out there that like exploded into, tons of money. You know, I was always limited. I was limited mostly due to the fact that I was Gaijin. Um, of course, I limited myself. I blame myself partially because if I had learned more Japanese, there probably would have been more opportunity for me. But I have friends who speak perfect Japanese and they're not, starting a business or making crazy money or moving up in different careers where they're super ultra successful. Um, I've met very, very few gaijin, aside from like Chris Abroad, who, he's got his YouTube channel, and that's not really dictated by the Japanese economy. That's dictated by his viewers. He's super successful. That's one of the few people I've really seen make an awesome name for themselves out there. Um, Victor runs a school out there, and he does probably about as good as my school did. He also works a bunch of extra jobs too. He's doing well, you know, but there's nothing like I never saw like, oh man, I can't. How do I become as successful as him? Like, right? Like, even my Japanese friends, like they never had jobs where it was just like, damn, they keep moving up their career, and I hope one day I can strive to be half the person that guy is. Like they just mostly worked either education jobs like me where it paid maybe the same or a little bit better because they got the benefit of bonuses. I guess Hiko Simon's doing pretty well. Like if I don't know if you guys know what his job is, but he's in law. So he does pretty decent. He probably does the best of most of us as far as non-YouTube based pay is concerned. Um, I was kind of I kind of looked up to him. I still do. I think he's like a pretty incredible guy. His Japanese is obviously probably the best of probably the best of almost any of us in J vlogging, I think. I don't think anybody's got better Japanese than him. But I mean, look at like, um, I love the guy, cool guy. I've had some beef with him in the past, but Tikio Sam, he speaks really good Japanese, but I don't think there's a chance for him to move into anything where he could excel to a high level of pay. Um, there's just not a lot of opportunity, and it's not that any of us are bad people or, don't work hard or anything like that. It's just you're gaijin, so you're forever unpredictable. You're unpredictable to the future of a company, and they don't want to invest into something unpredictable. Um, like even like I said, even if you speak perfect Japanese. I have one friend out there who works for an American company, and he's doing really well because he gets paid by America, and so his money's like, worth a ton more. He's like, paid about upper middle class pay, and that's like high level out there, right? So I kind of look up to him. I'm impressed by him and his skills and him being able to have gone over there and work remotely and do well. Um, but aside from like, I don't know, I guess I would say if I was in Chris Abroad's situation, I'd be pretty proud. I'd be like, yeah, man, look at what I'm doing out here. I'm really making it for myself. But other than him, I can't think of anybody I would look at and be like, now that's what I would have been able to want to achieve, to like show my kids a better future, to be able to accumulate property, a safety for the future of my family. And again, I'm not trying to make this a materialistic thing. I'm trying to make it a thing about um, creating a legacy that improves the life of your family, which I think every father strives to do for the most part. If you're really doing the job of a father as a father, um, that's I think in the heart of everybody who is a father of a child, that you want to improve everything for the next generation of your family. And I never felt like I had an opportunity to do that in Japan. And like I said, you can blame some of it on me. That's fine. Um, but I feel like there is a certain amount of blame on the opportunity level out there. Agreed on the fluoride? Yeah, Aaron. When I hear people talk conspiracy theories about fluoride gives people autism, it's like, no, it doesn't. Um, there's just as much autism in Japan as there is in America, and there's no fluoride in the water out there, so bullshit. And guess what? If you don't get fluoride, your teeth rot out of your skull. Um, let's see. Let me catch up with these. Sorry, I'm going on long tangent rants like this, but this is kind of just what I wanted to do tonight. Just kind of like go off and do my own thing. As a foreigner in Japan, you're never going to see. Yeah, okay, that's what I just found. In the US, I make a shit ton more than I did. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Aaron. Like, I make a crazy amount more than I ever made in Japan, and it keeps going up. And like, even recently, I got a raise and everything, and it's just like because I work hard, and they notice that, and they respect it, and they want to invest in me being there longer at the company. And I see my hard work reciprocated. And in Japan, I could have worked my ass off until I fucking dropped dead at the job, and they'd been like, all right, well, still no Christmas bonus. You're just like, what the fuck, you know? Like I've had schools I've gone to where um, I've increased admissions and like the overall student number by like two, three, four-fold over the couple of years that I was there. I never saw any of that. Like that never increased my pay. My pay stayed exactly as day one. Um, it was, you know, and eventually, like if things got bad at the job, I'm just like, oh, I'm sick of dealing with this person. I'll just go to the next job because the pay will be the same there. It was really disheartening. please explain to the viewers that if they can accept and understand they will never be Japanese and still work hard, they can do okay and thrive. It is the fact that they have to work harder for it. Yeah, yeah, I do try to make that like kind of a theme of my channel that like please never go to Japan thinking you are going to become Japanese. And I don't mean like your race is going to physically change. Obviously, no one's that dumb. Well, I hope not at least. Um, but I get a lot of mail from viewers who are flabbergasted that they spent their whole life growing up around anime and manga that they watched in America and learning to speak like maybe just like a couple Japanese phrases or some bullshit like that. They memorized like every weird piece of lingo from Dragon Ball Z or something like that, and they get out there and they're shocked that number one, what are you doing? What was that? Oh, you found it. Yep, go ahead. Of course, man. Of course, dude. Yeah, enjoy yourself. Um, like I said, yeah, I get these emails about that. They're like shocked that like I got out there and I've been watching anime and manga. I speak like Japanese from the book Japanese for Dummies. And number one, no one understood my Japanese. No one cared about what I had watched. I couldn't talk to anybody about manga or anime. Um, I made no friends while I was out there. And Japanese don't care. Like it's the equivalent to coming out to America and barely being able to speak a few English words and telling everybody you read Snoopy and Garfield when you were a kid. They'd be like, "Who the fuck cares?" Like, right? Like, it, they don't they don't understand that. Now, I guess the good thing about America is you can be accepted as American from day one. Um, that's one beautiful thing about our country. There's not a certain type of American. Um, and I think we're all as equally unpredictable. But I can't tell you how many stories I've heard where people are shocked that they're never accepted as Japanese, that, um, you know, even when they try to speak Japanese, the Japanese are like, What are you saying? Like, nobody talks like that." And it's just like, yeah, I mean, you got to understand, first of all, there's like a massive learning curve when you get out there to be able to speak the language fluently. Number two, you're never going to be Japanese. I think the people it was the worst for is when I've had Asian friends go out there and like maybe their background is Vietnamese or their heritage is like Filipino or Chinese, and they said the worst part was not only was I not accepted as Japanese, but I was also expected to speak perfect Japanese because I was Asian. That's really unfair. I felt extra bad for them. They were like, I had one friend who was American Japanese, and he went out there. He didn't speak any Japanese, and they were just like angry at him. Like people would be angry. They'd be like, "Well, what the hell? You never learned it." I mean, I guess maybe I kind of understand that, but I don't know if I went to Germany. I don't think anybody would be shocked I didn't speak perfect German. Um, yeah, I mean, and you are right to a certain extent. If you do work very hard, some of that can be noticed, and it really depends what industry you're in too. Um, I guess a good example. Let me give you a good example of someone who worked their fucking ass off and actually made something of themselves out there. So, and please understand, this is kind of the exception. Benny Horier. You can look him up online. He's the tattoo artist who did my full sleeve and everything. Benny Horier. I'll type it in. He's got a website and everything with his flash anime and everything like that. Went out there as an English teacher, got into tattooing, made friends in the tattooing business, learned to speak Japanese so good. This guy learned how to speak it so good that when he talks on the phone and like let's say he makes a reservation at a restaurant, when he shows up, they're shocked he's not Japanese. Like that's how good his Japanese got. Like they'll be like, "No, we didn't talk to you. We talked to Benny Horier," and he's like, "I'm Benny." And they're like, "Oh, what the fuck?" Never got his citizenship, doesn't want to become a citizen, which I understand. Um, but he was a teacher, then decided he was in love with tattooing, wanted to learn from Japanese people out there, quit his job as a teacher to take on a full-time apprenticeship as a tattoo artist, making 0 money. So listen to what this guy did, okay? And this is a true story. You can go back to my videos and, um, see me where see I as I was getting this sleeve done, he pretty much gave me his whole life background. He slept on the street, guys. He was homeless. He stayed on the street, um, living out of a backpack and a sleeping bag for 2 years doing this apprenticeship. Um, just fucking brutal, hard life. And no one helped him out. Um, no one gave him any extra change or any extra money. He literally had days where the character Tetsuo from Akira was like a skinny little Asian guy in that movie. And the people at his job would nickname him Tetsuo because he had become that skinny, where like you could see his ribs and stuff like that, because he just wasn't able to feed himself fully. Um, he would talk about days where he'd find a 500 yen coin on the street. It was like the best day of his life. Um, he'd talk about days where he'd fall asleep at the tattoo shop doing his apprenticeship, and they'd yell at him for stinking up the place because he was sweaty and couldn't take a shower. If you don't know how an apprenticeship works in Japan too, they really try to break you. They try to break you because they want to make sure you're serious about doing it. It's not them being mean, it's them being realistic that a lot of people don't have what it takes to do apprenticeships. So he'd do flash work for them and stuff. They'd tear it up and throw it in his face. He had a day where he lost the top of the teapot to the tea that he would make for customers, and they threw the tea bottle at him and the teapot at him and like knocked him down the stairs. Um, they treated him like shit, but he made it through 2 years, and they were like, "Holy hell, you really want to do this? All right, you're accepted. All right, you can become an employee of our tattoo shop." So then, for the next 5 years of his life, he had to sign a contract in which 30% of every tattoo he did went to his senpai. Um, so even as he's finally making a decent wage, he has to give up 30% of it to his senpai. Um, he continued to save nickel and dime every single thing he had to save away his money. And when his apprenticeship finally ended and his contract was up, he used all his savings to finally open his own shop called Invasion Club. And now he runs a super successful shop, making far more than any teacher would ever make, probably triple, quadruple, maybe even more. I don't know how well it's doing now, but he's doing really well. He sells his own original artwork t-shirts out of that shop and does tattooing out of the shop, where he keeps 100% of every tattoo that he does. And you charge a lot more for tattoos in Japan than you charge in America. All right, like a piece like this, my arm piece like this, I think it was about $1,500 to get the whole thing done. Um, and he's good at what he does, so a lot of people want to book with him. And not only does he have the full Japanese clientele, he has almost every gaijin that lives in that area. They want to go to him. So that's a hard ass work story where someone made it. They were successful. Benny is the exception. Um, if you want to be like Benny, you better come there with a level of drive that is unmatched, like in your own country. Like if you want to come there and, you know, do something in an industry that you love in America and that you've been good at in America, you better come there with double the energy to be able to do it in Japan. You better come there and see how the average Japanese person is handling that job and think about how you can do it 4 times harder. Um, and look, I hate to kill. I don't want to be Dream Crusher. Like I don't want to be Ryan Boundless and be the Dream Crusher. But if you are one of these people who thinks you're going to come out there and be a manga or anime artist, you, I mean, you're setting yourself up for failure unless you have some kind of connection in the field that nobody else does. If you come over there and you've already had some kind of maybe Japanese heritage or some sort of Japanese background that has you already speaking perfect Japanese, um, if you come there and like you're like, yeah, I started thinking about art when I was in college and decided I wanted to become an artist when I was in college. Unless you've been doing art since you could like hold a pencil and your art is like absolutely insane top notch, where like even companies are trying to reach out to you in America and get you to do their designs, their graphics, their character work, their character development. Um, unless that's the kind of clout you already have in America, if you think you're going to come to Japan and get a job doing it there, you're dreaming. Um, I would consider myself a decent artist. I'm not like amazing. I have my own sort of style, my own sort of niche. And I like to draw. I can draw long, long hours. I can draw 8 to 12 hours a day and be very happy doing that. All right. Even as I work my job now, I usually give my kids an assignment. And as they're working on that, I assign myself something that the school needs for like an upcoming event or something like that. And I work on it the entire time. And none of what I would do would come anywhere close to allowing me to enter the market as a manga or anime artist out there. Like I would be laughed out of an interview if I could even get my foot in the door for an interview. Um, it just like be ready to understand extremes if you're going to get into an industry that you're very interested in out there. And also don't go out there with some sort of ego where you're like, look, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna be like, I don't know, something like I'm gonna be in a movie, I'm gonna be a movie star, I'm gonna be in commercials, I'm gonna be a manga artist, I'm gonna be an anime artist, I'm gonna be a translator for a video game company. If you go out there with that kind of idea, don't put being a teacher below you. Don't say like, yeah, but I'm not gonna start out as a damn English teacher. Everybody does that job. Guess what? That might be the only job you can get when you first get out there. And if you think you're better than that, if you think like, yeah, fuck that job, man. I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna get my first interview as like an actor or as like a voice artist, a voice actor or something like that. You better already have some kind of connection that nobody knows about. You better have some kind of in on the business, some back door. Um, and if you're not willing to put in the time to work jobs that you don't want to do to get to the level or the job that you do want to do, you're never going to make it. And I don't think there's anybody here in chat who's lived in Japan who would argue with me on that account. I can't tell you how many people I've seen who are like, they have a goal to do something that nobody else does in Japan. And they break after the first year because they couldn't find a job. And it's like, whoa, really? Like you couldn't even like teach English or anything? They're like, no, I was offered English teaching jobs, but fuck that. I don't want to teach English in Japan. That's a bullshit job. Oh, really? You're better than that job. Well, okay, I can see why you didn't make it after 1 year. Byte 3 a.m. Oh shoot, what happened, dude? Why did all this get deleted? Um, hold on. Can anybody, Alejandra or any other mod, can you check what's going on with Byte 3 a.m.? Is there stuff being blocked by YouTube? Pepguard, have you ever noticed any change in behavior from your wife? Some people say Japanese people change when they are in Japan. No. Um, I've heard Pepguard, one thing I have heard though is like some people are shocked that their wife changes after they get married. That like and this isn't like abnormal. This isn't the person trying to be tricky. But a lot of Japanese wives, like, you're dating and like flirty, lovey-dovey, happy-go-lucky, you do the sweet things, you know, doing like dating type stuff. But after you get married, they're like, all right, listen, this is how it's going to work. I'll take care of the house. You're going to work a job. You bring home the paycheck. I'm going to give you an allowance from that paycheck. I'll take care of the kids and be the housewife. And it becomes almost like a business operation. Some men, Western men, not Japanese men, some Western men are shocked by that change. But really, that's how Japanese marriages work. And it sounds like they just didn't do like cultural research to find out their wife's acting totally normal for Japan. And quite frankly, I find it respectable how incredible some housewives can be with the amount of work they do. It's like a full-time job. And I think a lot more gaijin would be better to respect that rather than mock it as something that's like not an actual real job. But I've never had that change with my wife or anything like that. I mean, mm, if there's one thing, my wife is very consistent, very on top of things, very level-headed. My wife's really level-headed. I've never met such a analytical, level-headed, down-to-earth, and that's why I love her. I mean, I'm working on getting my teaching credential. I will teach English in Japan after. Okay, so NZT Productions, are you getting your teacher's license in America, you're saying? And then you're going to go to Japan? I mean, that's cool. I think it's a good idea, honestly, to get your teaching license. Um, you do know that, like, no, it's not going to mean anything in Japan, though, right? Like, they're not going to be like, oh, you're a licensed teacher out here. Like, it's just nothing in Japan. Same with Japan. If you got your teacher's license out there, it would mean zero in America. The sound stopped. Oh, the Japanese behave differently when they are in America versus Japan. Oh, um, I mean, I don't think she acts. I think okay. Here's one thing I will say. My wife is way more relaxed in America. Um, she is definitely less serious in America. And that's one thing I love about when she's out here and stuff. Because there's not as much judgment in America. I know that sounds crazy because we're a culture that does tend to judge quite a bit, right? Americans are judgy, but you'd be shocked how much more people judge you in Japan. And they don't judge you out loud like they do here in America. Usually people do it right to your face here. In Japan, it's secret, silently, behind your back. And she knows she's um, okay, so for example, my wife, she's a dentist, and a lot of people who can afford um, high level, high brand class jobs and stuff like that, like, jobs that can afford you to buy brand wear. A lot of women out there love to wear brand clothing. I'm talking like Dolce and Gabbana, Counterculture, Tiffany jewelry, stuff like that. My wife doesn't like that stuff at all. Like, she's a real t-shirt and jeans kind of gal. Um, she doesn't wear high heels everywhere. And people judge her for that out in Japan. They're like, "You're a dentist. Why would you buy all these like just middle class, like average clothes, or wear like old t-shirts?" And she's like, "Because it's comfortable." I love that about her. I think that's awesome. And she knows in America, like, no one would ever judge that. Like, no one would ever judge, like, "Ah, you don't own any brand boots and you don't wear them around. Like, why aren't you in heels and a bunch of makeup to go out?" Like, no one would ever bother her about that in America. So that's one part about her that changes when she's out here. She can relax more because she knows nobody judges her as much. I mean, I'm sure there's still people that judge her, but like, if they do, it's something so silly she doesn't care. I never broke, but most of the jobs, maybe all of the jobs that I took, I just did it for the money. Not to say I didn't find heart within my work, but what do you expect? Yeah, I mean, I had passion for what I taught, and I had passion for the students, definitely, because um, if you're a real teacher, if you really do care about teaching, the students come first, right? Even with all the bullshit and diplomatic and bureaucratic bullshit that goes on at a job, the children are innocent. You know what I mean? Like, they're there to be taught and look to you for guidance. And if you let any of the BS that happens between adults get in the way of that, then you're not doing what teaching is asking you to do, and that's to look out for the betterment of children. So I had a passion for that aspect. Like, you know, I took their care and their education very serious. Um, you know, I cared about their well-being, um, their safety, their idea of Western culture. Any questions they had about that, I always let them know, like, no question is too bold or too crass or too rude. You're little kids, you don't know. Um, but as far as like, you know, the corporations I worked for, and people ask, "You mean the educational systems?" Like, no, most of them were corporate institutes. Um, I had no love for them, and I felt like the same feeling came from their side of it. You're just a number. My wife works and is very independent, but I am still a traditional Japanese woman. Yeah, that sounds like my wife too. Like, um, I do. I will say one thing I did do in America. I mean, I did in America. One thing I did do in Japan, and my wife says she still misses this. I'm big on cleaning. I love to clean. All right. You can probably tell by the house behind me. I keep my place clean, clean. All right. And I did that daily. Um, and I think other men were kind of shocked by that in Japan, that like I was the guy who did laundry, who did cleaning. I would try to pick up cooking when I could, but there's only so many dishes I could make, and like my dishes aren't always loved in Japan. Like some of them are sausage, sausage, mashed potatoes, and cream corn is kind of a heavier dish there in Japan, so they definitely didn't want to eat that every night. Beef stroganoff, stuff like that, steaks, burgers. Um, I tried to switch out with my wife to give her a break from cooking, but she preferred to do it. She actually really loves to cook. And she would even learn some Western dishes too, and just blow my mind with how good she would do. Man, she can make a incredible pecan pumpkin pie, man. Um, but yeah, she still did a lot of the traditional stuff. Like she still makes my kid a bento every morning. And I tell her, I'm like, you should let that guy buy his own lunch, man. Why are you still making a bento? She's like, I have to. All right, all right. Um, traditional Japanese food every morning, every night, everything. Um, go into all the meetings, teacher parent conferences, um, everything, man. My wife was still very traditional in that sense, but I did handle all the cleaning pretty much. And she said that's one of the things she really misses, not having me there to do. She says way more taxing on her to have to clean up after my eldest son, who still needs to learn how to clean better. Japan gets what they give to foreigners, I guess. Yeah, that's very true, Aaron. I think that's actually a really good way to say it. Um, okay, NCT. Yeah, I know. This way I can have a job to come back. Okay. Okay. Yeah, then you're doing the right thing, NZT. Like if you understand that like your license isn't going to be recognized out there, but you're getting it because you have something to go back to. That's a smart idea, actually. I respect that. Good on you, man. Um, I'm still finishing my professional certificate. I've got my temporary certificate, but oh God, all the work you got to do to the professional one's ridiculous. Um, so was mine. Two-Faced Society. Same here. Yeah, I think this happens at every job. There's people who will like snitch on you or try to get you in trouble or just start beef with you or just be a general asshole. You're gonna have them at every job you ever work. Um, but the thing I hated the most about Japan is that I think like in America, if someone doesn't like me at a job, I can usually tell up front. But you'd have in Japan where they'd be fake nice to you up front and then like talk trash and get you in trouble behind your back. And that kind of shit pissed me off. And I would let the person know. And I probably shouldn't have. I probably should have like, gone with the harmony of the workplace and like shrugged it off. But like if I heard someone go behind my back and try to get me in trouble, I would always confront them after. I'd be like, "Hey, listen, if you got a problem, you got to come talk to me about it." You know, going up to higher management and trying to get me in trouble with that, I don't respect that at all. If we're going to work together, you need to talk to me about what I'm not doing right, and I will try to correct that to the best of my ability. Um, you know, I don't like to make mistakes, and if I do, you need to call me out on it, but you need to call me out to my face. And they would be really, oh no, I didn't, no, I didn't. I'm like, no, I know you went to, the principal and talked to them about. You don't need to pretend like you did, and I've already been, talked to about it. Like, and like they told me who made the report and everything, so I know it's you. Like, so just come talk to me about it. I'm happy to like fix my mistakes. I know I'm not perfect, but you need to come talk to me about it first, because otherwise I just see that as like a backside, a backhanded slap, or just like kicking me when I'm down. I'm already trying to figure something out new with this new job, and you're going behind my back to get me in trouble. That's some fucking bullshit. Get out of here with that. Ritter Grupp, yeah, my wife is the same way. She'll get dolled up to go out, but still wear comfy clothes. That's cool. My wife wears concert shirts, and when we walk around, people still always stare. I want pictures. Yeah, I mean, my wife just wears like normal, casual, everyday t-shirt type stuff. The kids made it worth it. Yeah, yeah, Aaron, I agree with you on that. Kids, I mean, the kids are excellent. Like, I mean, one thing I can never complain about, like, if I could have a classroom full of Japanese students, I'd much rather have that now. So easy to teach. Like, anybody complaining about their students out there in Japan, come to America and come teach and then complain to me about it. I still tutor and teach sometimes. Please explain the pressure on children. God, the pressure. I've talked about this a bit. I actually talked about it when my son got into the school of his choice. Actually, hold on just a second, guys. I want to get some protein bars. If I cut out, it's just because I'm losing some of my connection with this. Um, bear with me. I talked about it pretty significantly when my son got into the school of his choice. He made it. He did it. He was able to get into the school of his dreams, but the struggle to get there was insane. We're talking a 9, 10, 11-year-old kid staying up till 2, 3 a.m. sometimes, studying endlessly. And if you're wondering, like, did my wife and I force him to go through all that? No, this was his choice, man. Um, one thing we've always been very clear with our kids is like, if there's something you want to pursue, go for it and stick with it and don't do it half-ass. Go for it 100%. But if you decide it's not your thing anymore, let us know. And, you can take a step back from that. You're still a kid. You can make a lot of choices. We gave him the option to like not have to take these tests to get into this hardcore school he wanted to get into. And to give you an idea, like of his whole school of I think 1,400 students, him and only one other kid got into the school that he was applying to. So it was no joke. Okay, good. Just want to make sure. But to get there, I mean, he had like an insane test. We're talking tests that are so brutal. There's literally kids who run away from home to try and avoid taking some of these tests. Um, we're talking about parents and kids crying as they leave the test center because they know they may have already failed the test. Um, we're this is sad. We're talking tests where one of my wife's friends, her son, took his own life because he didn't pass one of these. This is like a kid who's like 13 or something. He was trying to get into, he got into, no, he had started at public middle school, and if you do public middle school, then you still need to take the entrance exam to get into a high school of your choice. And he reached a point where he felt like he wasn't going to make it, and before he even took the test, he took his own life. So it's insane that a kid of that age would be pushed to that level over the stress of something that's like a blip in your life, but changes the entire direction of your future. It's no joke. So, and I mean, that's one of the reasons my son's out here. He didn't want to go through all that, which I can completely, empathize with. Do you still teach or off work for now? No, I'm a teacher out here in America now, Dr. Omni. Um, I don't teach at all in Japan anymore. I guess if like an adult student, one of my old adult students requested a lesson, I'd still do that just because they're like kind of a friend. But I have no wish to go back out there and teach anymore. I don't think I'd ever do it anymore. I'm thankful to everything that my friends in Japan gave. Yeah, I'm really thankful. Um, you know, I'm thankful for all the lessons Japan taught me. I mean, Japan taught me so many great lessons, especially just about like I said, like hard work and determination. Like Japan will teach you that, man. Japan will teach you to respect hard work and um, staying focused on a goal like no other in your life. You will watch people in Japan do that again and again and again, and you'll be motivated to do it yourself because you're like, damn, these people like they push themselves hard, um, and you're like, you respect that, and some of that rubs off on you. So that's one amazing aspect of Japan that I really am thankful for. I'm so happy when I come visit everyone. Cool. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I love it. Like when I go there in the summer now and I see family and friends and stuff, it's wonderful. It's great. I have no stress of any kind of job life out there. I'm still getting paid here. Um, I have no bosses, no work worry, nothing out there. Just me enjoying time with my wife and my kids. It's incredible. That's why I said, like, if I, ever got out to Japan again and moved there again, it may still happen. I may move back there one day. Um, I'll still keep my house here. I'm not going to sell my house. I'll keep both places. Um, and I still have a visa and everything for out there. But if I ever moved out there again, it would have to be a really unique work situation. You were a major inspiration to actually teach there, though. Oh, and look, NGT Productions, like, I'm not saying don't do it, especially like I said, like if it's your first job out of college, um, that's a good job for getting out of college. I mean, it's a good job for you starting your first job either out of college or, like I just said, no one should think they're above working that job when they first get to Japan. I think a lot of people should work that job when they get to Japan. Now, are you going to make a future of it? Like, I don't know, man. That's where I'm saying I don't suggest it. Especially right now, like the pay is so shit now. Like it's so bad now. Yeah, this is crazy to think about. In 1990s bubble era Japan, teachers made double what they made now in the year 2024. Like you got paid like a king back then, I heard. I was never there during that era, but like I had teachers tell me about like that just the pay was incredible back then. You were super rare, so you were hard to find. Um, the economy was insanely good, second best economy in the world. The yen was stronger than the pound. Um, and like people were flush with money. They'd pay for top price for anything. Um, don't take my warning of the future as a reason to not pursue teaching now. What Aaron and I are talking about, because we both worked this, and like you got to understand, we're talking from a parent's perspective and someone who needed to start a future for a family. Being a teacher out there, it doesn't earn enough now. It doesn't. I mean, unless you start to like move up in level or, you started a company. Okay, how about this? If you got a job at a legit international school, um, like for example, the Canadian Institute out there, I've heard they start at like Sanjuman a month, and there's opportunities to move up, and um, you got great benefits and everything like that. There's unique situations like that where it's really good. But like, let's say you're going to go out there and work for like GABA or Nova or one of these small Eikaiwa, well, they're not small, they're actually pretty big. One of these corporate Eikaiwa, English conversation schools. They probably give you enough to like afford a smaller sort of single room apartment and, mm, you know, maybe hit up a club 1 or 2 weekends every month. But I mean, that's not a future. Like it's not going to be something where like eventually I'll get married, I'll be able to afford a family, you know, um, I'll be able to buy property. I may be able to save enough to start my own school. Like that, they'll never pay enough to do that. And you've already hit the highest level job you can get. You're a teacher. That's it. Maybe at most you could be like a manager of other English teachers. And like that might pay another Juman a month. So maybe like you can go from Nijuman, which almost all these jobs, some start as low as like Jugomon or Junanaman, which is like the equivalent of like $1,400 or $1,500 a month in Japan. as a single person with no safety net, that's unlivable. Like unless you're living in like the ultra cheap countryside, and then how are you going to find a job like that? That's unlivable. Like that's like literally you're earning enough to like pay rent and maybe have enough every month for groceries, and then you'll never have a dime saved to your name. And I mean, the other thing too, you got to remember, like if you have a savings account in Japan, there's no interest. You're never earning money on anything you save. So even if you do save money, it's just stagnant. Um, this is where I'm talking about the opportunity of the future of growth. That's where I don't recommend the job. If you're doing this, if you're becoming a teacher at an Kiowa or something like that because you want to grow a future in Japan, I wouldn't suggest it. Now, if you're doing that job because you want to use it as a stepping stone to get oriented with Japan, maybe move into another industry, learn the language, incorporate your skills from the US into something else, that's fine. And that's where I also said too, I said like you should never consider yourself above teaching. Um, you know, sorry, I got stuck in my throat. You should never consider yourself above that. Um, one of the most frustrating things I've seen with people move to Japan, and like I said, they have this dream of like they're going to be a voice actor or they're going to like be a manga or anime artist, but they refuse to take the first step of being an English teacher and just like even learning what work life is in Japan. They just go there thinking they know what they can get and they deserve what they want. Japan doesn't owe you anything. Sometimes I had to tell my students not to open their books, and it would be a therapy session in building their confidence and esteem, then teaching them in the style that they needed and want. Yeah, I used to do stuff like that. I understand that. I think one of the scariest things about Japanese education is very thorough, um, very book based. A lot of book smarts are taught in Japan. Kids come away from school being very book smart, but there's a lot of kids who come away from school not being life smart, or not having emotional intelligence either. And that's one of the more scary things about Japan that I see. Um, mental weakness, mental vulnerability. No, I'm sorry. Emotional vulnerability is something that's very frowned upon in Japan. And Japan has gone a very long time without confronting this. And that's why they're seeing a generation pull away from the 12-hour workday. That's why they're struggling to understand why why this generation of kids doesn't want to work, a 9 to 9 job 6 days a week. Like, well, their dads did it. Why don't they want to do it? Their moms and dads both work these long jobs. How come the new generation doesn't want to do this? And they're like, because they watch their moms and dads do these jobs, work a job where they earn money to pay for a house and a family they never see. Well, what's the point? It's just another aspect that's going to like continue to reduce the population of Japan. And like they can ignore it. They can ignore it all they want, but I mean, things are going to continue to go downhill until they do. I'm not trying to be super negative about the future of Japan. I'm just trying to be realistic. And this is a very realistic fact about the future of Japan. We know the population is going to cut in half. We know people are having, pretty much no one's having kids at this point. Um, And we know that this next generation is not taking on these full-time salaryman like jobs. It's becoming less and less popular to them. Um, that's the reason. I think the kids are intelligent for doing that. I think they're very smart about like not throwing away their life to a salaryman's job. I completely understand it. But until, you know, they confront this aspect of their unbalanced work-life situation, this will continue. It's really frustrating to watch too because I want to see Japan be awesome. Like I want to see Japan flourish. I want to see the rest of the Japan succeed in the ways that some of its video game companies are succeeding, like Capcom, um, FromSoft. I want to see like things like from those companies are being celebrated still. Like a lot of video game stuff still being celebrated from Japan. They're still looked on even now as like the American video game industry crumbles into like utter bullshit. Um, Japan is walking away with the gold, you know. China too, Korea too. Like I think we're starting to really notice the golden age of Asian video games all over again, like it was with 8-bit NES back in the early 80s and 90s. Um, and I wish we could look at the rest of Japan's industries in the same way. But until something major changes, it's impossible to do that. It's impossible to see those succeed. They're not going to succeed. And quite frankly, they're headed down a path of ruination if they continue. And that's sad. I'm not rooting for that. I'm not like, yeah, you deserve it or anything like that. I want to see them totally, take the gold and a lot of other aspects. I want to see this idea. People have this idea of futuristic Japan with robots and computers being way better in America. I want to see that. I would be stoked to see Japan pull way ahead of the US and technology and, maybe even, beat out people like Boston Dynamics and stuff like that when it comes to robotics. I wish Japan was looked at again like the cutting edge of technology once more. Um, but until something major happens, it's not going to happen. It's sad. It's sad to see, man. Dang, man. Sorry, I'm missing some of the. I accidentally went down way too fast. Oh, okay. There we go. All right. Um, did you ever feel pressure to reach a level of perfection when drawing? Lots of Japanese people buy expensive gear or tools when they have a hobby. Um, that is true. Yeah, I mean, you got to give Japanese people credit. When they take on a hobby, they go full into it. One thing I've really respected about the Japanese, um, they don't look to, um, how would you say, like, they don't look to take something on as a hobby. They look to take it on to master it. And that's awesome. That's awesome about the Japanese. I love that. Like, they go full in. Um, and they hone their skills to like a fine edge. Like it's awesome. I've seen a Japanese person get into like playing guitar and then like every free second they have, they've just like, mastered like Dragon Force levels of soloing on the guitar. They're just like, God dang, you just picked it up like only a couple months ago. How the hell are you this good already? And it's just like they use every free second mastering that thing and they still work a full-time job. Um, so I kind of understand when they do buy the best gear and stuff. I've seen this, yeah, I've definitely seen this before. But I kind of understand it because when they get into something, they really get into it. Um, and if you want to be the best at your craft, you need some of the best gear. I feel like with art, that's definitely true too. If you buy like knockoff Copic markers or, you know, you use the same kind of colored pencils that a kid uses in elementary school, you're going to get pictures that look like elementary school pictures. You're going to get, you know, pretty average looking stuff. But if you want to be like the masters, you kind of got to work with what the masters use. I mean, especially when it comes to art, like you can't always get away with cheap supplies. As far as perfection, I wouldn't say I felt like I was pushed to be more perfect in my art. Um, I would say, and like this is more just on me personally, because I always felt like I was like pretty shit compared to like how the Japanese draw. I mean, they're incredible artists. Like, I mean, one thing that always blew me away is, you know how in America when someone says, "Man, I couldn't even draw a stick figure. I can't draw anything." They literally can like barely not draw a stick figure. It's true. Like they're utter shit at drawing. Like they just have not a single art bone in their body, right? When people say that in Japan, they're usually like a pretty average to good artist. I've had so many kids tell me like, "Man, I can't draw anything. I can't even draw anime." And I'd be like, "Well, just try your best." And they do it, and you're like, "That's pretty fucking good for someone who never draws." And my this is a theory that I have as an art teacher is that the average Japanese person has gotten way better at drawing all sorts of linear art because their entire language is in art form, right? In America, how many letters do we learn how to draw? Right? 26 letters, and we're done. We never learn another extra letter at that. Whereas the Japanese are every grade learning an extra 1,000 kanji with new swipes and whooshes and lines and bushu, and they've got calligraphy brushes that they're using with ink blocks, and they learn a certain control over linear art that we never become accustomed to in America, just because our language is just only made of 26 characters. Um, so they've got like a drawing ability advantage way over us. The average so-called not an artist kid, they can draw really damn good. You'd be shocked. You'd be shocked at like how good kids can draw at a young age out there. And it's because they've been practicing with kanji since they were in kindergarten. Um, NZT, like let me just say this, NZT Productions, if you're still watching, first of all, thank you for the compliment that I was an inspiration to you. Second of all, I do not want you to give up on your dream of teaching in Japan. In fact, I highly, highly recommend you do it. I think it will be extremely important to the future of your career. Um, I think it'll be inspirational. I think it'll give you skills that America won't be able to teach you. I think it'll instill a work ethic in you that you'll never learn in America. And I think it'll give you communication and dialogue skills that you would have never developed in America. I'm very thankful for all those things I learned out in Japan. And I'm very thankful for what learning the education system in Japan gave me to bring back to America. And don't let me talking about a couple negative aspects of Japan and how the future of Japan is bleak currently right now stop you from pursuing that dream. I really, really hope. In fact, um, I've already put this on here one time. There's my official email. You write to me and tell me if there's anything you're having problems with getting a job out there, or if you need some kind of hookup or some kind of like connection or lead on a job, at least in Osaka. I'll give you some leads if you want. Like I still have connections there that could easily get you a job in teaching English out there. So please don't give up on that. I'm not here to like I said, I don't want to be Ryan Boundless and be the dream crusher. What I'm talking about, and this is kind of like a way more personal conversation, esoteric to the situation that people like I and people like Aaron have lived, where we've raised kids. Um, the future outcome of teaching is what's changed our view as far as like a long-term career. And I will say, I still recommend to you that if you are very serious about teaching, like if you're serious about living in Japan permanently and you're serious about education, your option should be, your future should be to try and start your own school. I obviously have a background in that too, since I did it. Um, I don't know if I would recommend it again, but if your dream is to forever start a long-term educational goal in Japan for a career that could make you enough to support a family and start a eternal life in Japan, you're welcome to ask me about that too, about starting a business there. Um, just God, my only warning is just be prepared. Just be prepared for like that business has to become almost like your life. Um, and marketing's harder than any other aspect of that business. Just marketing yourself and competing against Japan-based English schools. uh, I hate the backstabbing. Yeah, this is not me trying to talk trash about the Japanese in general, but you really have to be careful about backstabbing at jobs. Be very careful with what personal information you let leak at your job. I used to be a pretty open book from like job day one, Japan. And the more and more jobs I worked there, I'd tell people almost nothing about my life. Um, I'd like keep my life locked up. I didn't want to hear anything come back to me about like, oh, I heard that you went to like this death metal concert. You know, you're an English teacher. You represent us outside of the business. I don't know if you should be seen at stuff like that. It's like, how the hell did you know that? And they'd be like, oh, this person saw you there. And it's like, what are they doing at the death metal concert? What? Just yeah, be careful with how much personal information you let leak. Sometimes I had to tell my students not to open. Oh yeah, I already read that one. Japanese people are so kind. Even if they can be critical, cynical, they are just so damn kind. In most cases, there are criticism called out. But yeah, I mean, in general, yeah, please, like, I don't want any of this to reflect negatively. The average Japanese person is incredibly polite, empathetic, giving, selfless. And I'm not saying selfish, I'm saying selfless, like as in they will give of themselves, sometimes even to um, the point that it has a negative effect on their own life. Um, I feel like their kindness is very, very, very big and reaches far beyond a lot of times what Americans would do for each other. The only time where people think that the Japanese are cold is because they see something going down like in a public area and the Japanese won't get involved. Um, which that's just kind of the Japanese way. It's like you keep like your business is your business, keep it to yourself. And they'll feel like they're just like intruding on someone's business. I have no regrets being in Japan. Yeah, me too. I want that to be clear. I have no regret about living in Japan. It's made me who I am. It's made my life. It's made my family. No regrets. Um, but I've never been a person who will hold back on talking about the negatives. And you guys know that. If you've been a long-term 15-year viewer, you know I keep it balanced. And they would learn so much more, and the students grow so much more. That's what I miss. I do miss the passion kids had out there for education. There's far more passion for education out there. There's far more concern of the parents um, out there in Japan. There's far more support from parents as far as the teacher's right. You know what I mean? Oh, there's every once in a while you get the exception of some idiotic helicopter parent who thinks their kid's like infallible. That does exist, of course, but for the most part, I'd say 90% of parents will back the teacher. If you're like, this kid's not studying hard enough on their homework, they'll be like, I am so sorry. I will make sure they do it every night. And that kid comes in and, starts turning in perfect homework. I mean, you're not going to find that in America. For the most part, you're not going to find that in America. I miss that aspect of Japan. It looks like YouTube isn't sending all comments. Yeah. Dog boy, this is a problem we're running into recently. If you're finding some of your comments aren't being sent, um, there is a filter on YouTube. Recently, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. Try to my advice, try to type it some other way and send it again and just keep trying to work with it until it goes. I promise you there's nothing blocked. And the mods can confirm this too. We don't block anything. The only time we've ever, I think, banned anybody was like a bot that was like promoting some kind of like Pornhub type thing. Please note, like, we don't block anything, you know, of course, especially you, dog boy. I mean, I know you personally, like, I would never block anything you would send. If you do have anything that's like controversial in there, so like obviously the words like death or murder or kill or any of these things, even me saying these right now might get my video demonetized. Um, it tends to auto block it. Also, if you ever put like any kind of link or address or anything like that, it tends to auto block it. Do you want to Do you want at most 2,000 a month before taxes? No thanks, dude. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like Aaron's right here. Like that's what the average salary is right now for a teacher starting in Japan in 2024. Like $2,000 a month. And and then after taxes, you're probably down to like anywhere from 1,900, 1,700. Uh, that's insane. Like that's insane. And sometimes you're on that salary and you're working more than 8 hours, which is double insane. Like, what? Why? Um, and you've got extracurricular activities too sometimes where you got to come in and do sports day and hapiokai and matsuri, and they still pay you only $2,000 a month. And it's just like, what? Like, is that all I'm worth to you? That's very, very, very little money an hour for what you're doing as a teacher. I mean, it's a disrespectful amount of money, quite frankly. And the patents would always say, well, yeah, I think you mean the parents, and the parents would always say, what and how did you do this? And most of the time, I would always say that I just listened to them and talked to them. Yeah, Snake makes a good point here. Um, yeah, so sometimes, like he talked about earlier, he said like he'd have times where he just like let kids kind of vent and unload, and they'd tell him probably about things like that were emotional, mature, mental, maybe even physical struggles in their life. And parents would sometimes come to you, or like even other teachers that were Japanese would come to you and be like, "How did you get them to open up like that?" And it's like, I just listened. Like, I just put some time aside, and listened. I can't tell you how many times like I had students for like I'd wait till the class started a project and then I'd pull them aside and just be like, "Hey, just talk to me, man. What's going on?" And they just be like, "About anything?" I'd be like, "Yeah, dude. I could tell you're like having a bad day. Just tell me what's going on." And yeah, of course, sometimes they'd get into tears and they'd get into like something hard going on right now or something they were scared about or something like that. Um, but then it would be off their chest finally. It'd be the weight off their shoulders. And parent asks you later, like, "How'd you get them to open up like that?" And it's like, just gave them their time to do it. You know what I mean? Kids are. I think sometimes people are confused about how intelligent kids are, or that their struggles are too small to recognize. What might be a small struggle for a kid to you might be a massive roadblock or obstacle for them. You got to really open up your ears to that. Um, and I feel like you got to be balanced really too. One of my all-time teaching philosophies that I will stick to forever, I think this is one of the most important things you ever do, is if you ever have to scold a kid, if you ever have to be like, "Hey, I need you to be quiet and stay in your seat," or you need to like really call them out for misbehavior. Every time you do that, and really you should only do it when it's like cases that are really disrupting the class, right? I don't like to raise my voice. I don't like to yell. I don't like to call a student out in front of other students. But there's times you have to do it, where you have to really call attention, be like, "Look, right now I am trying to teach, and you are disrupting everything that I am trying to do by getting up, walking around the classroom, or yelling that word over and over again. I need you in your seat, and I need you to stay there, or it's going to be a referral, or whatever you're going to do, whatever kind of discipline." when you do this, when you scold them, when you call them out, when you know, give them that sort of talking to that makes them realize like, oh shit, like I'm really being a real pain. You also need to balance that by later going over to them and getting down on their level, especially if they're like a younger kid where you got to get like literally got to get down on their level. Like you got to get on your knees and make sure you're eye to eye. And you got to tell them like, look, I know there's I know you're normally like a really good kid. I know you're hardworking. I know you care about this work and I know you want to see yourself get a good grade. All I need you to do is when we're doing this stuff is really get focused and do it because I know there's a lot of potential inside of you and I know you can do better than what you're doing right now. Don't get distracted. Don't let these other people get you worked up. I want to see the best of you that you can show me in this class so that I can show your parents the best work that you can do. And I think you want that too. And most kids would agree with you. They'd be like, "Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry. Like I'm kind of being a jerk." But like you got to let them know they're still like a great kid. Like there's a great kid inside of every kid out there. You know what I mean? Of course, there's exceptions where there's like, some kind of like literal like, there are psychopathic kids, just like there's psychopath adults. There is, like mentally, you know, who knows what's going on, like where the kid's like mentally been damaged beyond all repair, either like through actual physical damage, or a birth defect or something. Like there's obviously exceptions like that. All right, that's not what I'm talking about. And you guys know that. You're intelligent enough to know that. But what I think there's not enough of is balancing being strict, because you got to be strict. One thing I always tell every teacher who's ever asking about how to do classroom management, I said, you need to start out at your highest level of strictness. All right. And then you could loosen up from there. You got to start with like the strongest level of discipline you can start with. Like what you're comfortable with, I'm saying. I'm not saying like every classroom you need to be like an absolute tyrant, but you need to set your rules, set your expectations, let the class know and not ever let them break from that. And then you can start to loosen your grip on that and kind of let the class relax more. But you can't do the opposite. You can't be like that goofy, fun teacher who wants to be friends with everybody. And then later, when they take that way too far, be like, yo, guys, what are you doing? I never thought you'd be like this disrespectful in class. No, I got to really be strict. No, you can't. You can't now. You've already lost it. You've lost control. But you can start really strict, loosen up your grip, and then find a balance for what each class needs. But you also need to make sure within that balance, you're giving kids just as much positive reinforcement for every time you have to negatively call them out, scold them, or be strict with them. If you do not do that, you will lose those kids. You will lose that kid because there's always that kid. You know what I mean? Um, you need to really balance that. And I think in Japan, that doesn't always happen. There's a lot of like be ultra strict. There's not a lot of times where people get taken aside and be like, you are full of potential. And that's what I want to see here is your full potential. And I don't want you to hold yourself back by being the kid who can't sit down for 5 seconds to listen to the instruction or who rushes through the English assignment, or scrabbles so bad I can't read what you're saying. Because I know you've got a lot of great stuff to say, and I want to see that on paper, or whatever it is, a speech, a role play, whatever. Teaching is awesome in Japan when you see the transfer. Yeah, yeah, it is awesome when you see that. I think that's awesome in any school in any part of the country of the world at all. When you have that student that comes back to you later and says like, "Hey, you remember that lesson where you said this? Yeah, I still use that to this day." And you're like, "Whoa, really? Holy shit, really?" Huh. Or like someone says, "You said this one time and I didn't realize now until I was like in this grade, you were really right about that, Mr. Ackerman." I'm like, oh, I don't. Sometimes you don't even remember what you said. You're like, oh, I said that. What? John Man Bob, what's up? I didn't get the notification you were streaming. Don't worry about it. You're fine. Glad to see you here, bud. I will be the Ash. Oh. Don't pursue teaching now. Yeah, I don't know. It is a struggle to survive as a teacher now in Japan. Um, I've actually had more emails than usual talking to me about like, Hey, how did you survive? Because I did try to go out there and be a teacher, and after 1 year, I couldn't make ends meet, and I had to come back. I've gotten that email a lot. Like I used to get that once in a while, where someone would be like, like um, teaching wasn't everything I thought it would be, and I had to head back. Like I used to get that like once in a great while, um, back when I first started the channel, when pay was still pretty decent, and prices weren't too high, and there wasn't taxes and stuff super high on everything. But I will say now I get it way more, where people are like, "How did you survive on only 2,000 a month?" And I was like, "That's I made more than that. It paid more back then." It's sad too because I wanted to see more people have an opportunity. I'm working at an Akaiwa now. It's not great, but it's something, and that's good, man. Like Ritter, don't let it stop there. Like keep pushing yourself to see what's next. I'm not trying to talk about teaching in Japan as the end of the Japanese experience for Gaijin. That once they come there, they've hit that, and that's the roadblock that will never let any Gaijin succeed in Japan. I'm saying that should be a stepping point. That should be a lift onto what you want to do next. Um, but never see yourself as above doing that, which Ritter, you're saying, you're doing it, you're making it work good enough. Excellent. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But don't let it stop there. Like if you really want to make a future in Japan, look at what you can do to advance. And don't be an idiot like me and not learn enough Japanese. I still should have. I think I'm going to probably start taking Japanese lessons again soon. Um, just because I really want to improve beyond what I'm at right now. I need to get back into it again. I need to be a little more serious now that my life's a little more calm. Snake, I'm more spiritual and laid back and really talk to my students. Well, actually, okay, so what I said about being super strict, I'm using that as like internationally as a teacher, like in any country. In Japan, you don't really, I mean, kids are pretty good in Japan for the most part. You're not going to get any of the problems you face in America, um, as far as misbehavior, you know. Um, you know, I'm not dealing with kids in Japan, causing um, what do you call it? Vandalism if I let them go on a bathroom break without a warning, right? Like, I'm not getting kids who are, you know, getting into fights in the hallway or something in Japan. Um, yeah, you can be more laid back. And like I said, yeah, adding a little bit of like emotional or spiritual energy to your job, it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. No thanks. I will be advising my children not to, though, humbly. Wait, I would. Oh. Oh, you mean like if your kid asks about becoming a teacher in Japan, you would tell them no? Mm. Well, my kid has Japanese citizenship, so he could actually be like certified. So, a certified teacher if he pursues it in college. So I'd say, yeah, if he does that, that's fine. But in a Kiowa teacher, no, I would definitely I'd be like, you're better than that. Come on now. Like, you can do more than that. And I'm not trying to, like, again, I'm not trying to like knock down people who are doing it Kiowa. They're doing it as a gaijin, where it's their first stepping stone into Japan. A kid with Japanese citizenship obviously can like do more as far as like going to college there, getting certified in different things, getting different licenses and stuff like that. Whereas Gaijin, we don't have the same opportunities and stuff. Like we can't get the same licenses that Japanese people can get because we don't have citizenship or we don't speak the language well enough too. But if you get a Kaiwa as a job coming in internationally, I say don't put yourself above it, right? Don't say like I refuse to do that. I want to go in there and become a voice actor. Don't be afraid to make that your first stepping stone. I mean, it. I will say, I see what you're saying here, Aaron, where you're like, I hope that helps you make more money, but it didn't do anything for me. If you're really enjoying it, like if you're working at Kiowa or you're working as a teacher, international teacher, or you're working and like you're making enough that you can survive and you're honestly enjoying it, keep doing it. I'm just saying like as a future endeavor, like to make your future, you know, you're making 2,000 a month. You're maybe your rent is 1,000, so you're left with like 1,000 left over to buy groceries and maybe do some fun stuff once in a while. That's not too bad as like, a young 20 something fresh out of college. You can live a pretty exciting life in Japan that way. Um, and like I said, it could be a good stepping stone into other careers within Japan. Now, if you reach like my age and you're 45 years old, you try to have a family like I do with two kids and a wife, you can't. You wouldn't be able to on 2000. It just wouldn't it'd be unfeasible. Um, you would be living you'd be living a pretty hard life. Um, Trying to fit a family of four into a one room apartment. Yikes. Ritter says, but Scott, Japan owes me everything. I'm the most kawaii sugoi manga artist ever, even though I never learned to draw. You got it right, Ritter. You're totally right, too. My advice is if you're not getting into those aspects of Japan, like you're not paid on the same level as Junji Ito and don't have a best-selling manga in Shonen Jump, even though you're the only person who writes it in English, you need to get on YouTube and you need to make a video how angry you are at Japan that they don't accept or celebrate your super kawaii sugoi self. Japan needs to know, and then see if you can somehow forward it to the prime minister. No, Ritter, this is, I mean, Ritter, I know you're writing this. This is hyperbole. He's joking around with me and stuff. I like it. It's funny. Um, you would be surprised how many people I get write to me about like, I went there with my drawings and I tried to show people and like, tell them about how I want to be a manga artist and no one took me serious. And it's just like, they include some of their drawings in the email or like they're like check out my deviant art profile and I'm just like what like I just like what okay like what are you serious, did you research any of this? um to be perfectly frank to people, if you can only draw as good as me, you're never going to be a manga artist. like like I said, I consider myself an okay artist, like pretty decent. I don't have the skill, I don't have the ability, I don't have what it takes. um it, I, you'd be so shocked. You'd be shocked. So I wish I could show you. I don't want to like violate people's personal, stuff. I don't want to make fun of them and use them as a jest on this because, they came to me in confidence. But I swear to God, if I could show you some of the artwork people send me and tell me about their dreams of being a manga artist, these aren't people in high school or like middle schoolers or something like this. This is like grown ass adults. And I'm just like, oh my God, dude, not even close. Like, just no. It's like the craziest thing is like a lot of the people who write to me about this, like they've never finished their own original piece before. Like they've never even finished like a full. I'm like, do you have any like examples of like your full drawn out story with like dialogue and everything? Like, no, I just kind of like I just do like character sketches and stuff, and like I have like a lot of cool character ideas, and it's like if you don't even have like, and I'm not saying you need to get it published or anything like that, but if you don't even have like a portfolio that shows like a full completed story, manga, animation reel, like especially anime, like you don't have a reel, you just have character concepts to show people, you don't have a reel, like we literally have at our fingertips the software to be able to make our own animation now. You can go into Procreate and you could make some decent animation. If you don't, and like people who are really serious about it in America, they come in with what's called like the reel, right? And it's just like a small section, like a vertical slice of a bunch of different animations they did to show the different ways they can draw, the movement they can do with characters, like um, how fluid their animation is and stuff like that. Fully colored, fully animated, sometimes even with like sound effects and everything. And the people will come to me with just like some black and white sketches and be like, see, look what I can do. And it's like, all right, it's like 20 or 30 different kind of like random characters. Some of these are just kind of copies of other people's ideas. Um, I mean, it just looks like someone who sketches for a hobby. Like it can't be a hobby to you. It just blows my mind. Just like, what do you? Why would you come to a company to do a thing you've never even completed yourself? You've never made your own full manga by yourself. You've never made your full animation by yourself. And I'm not like saying do like a 2-hour movie, but like you've never completed a reel. What? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Aaron says, I love the students I had, and if it's making you enough to survive and you're happy, keep going on with the dream. What am I munching on? These are crispy apple metrics protein bars. They're like the most delicious protein bars ever. 30 grams of protein in each one. Do you Toyoko kids will be street smart? Is being street smart related to being an extrovert? I'm not totally sure what you mean there, Pepguard. Do you Toyoko kids will be do you think your kids, is that what you're trying to say, will be street smart? Mm. When you say street smart, do you mean like actually like, being in high urban areas in the West, being street smart, or like being like life smart, like common sense type stuff on the street? I think a lot of that comes with age. I don't know. I feel like Japan doesn't really teach a lot of international street smarts, that's for sure. Wait, did I miss something here? Hold on. Ricardo Contreras, sorry, I missed your comment here. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Ricardo. In an old video, you explained how Japanese people won't know you're talking about Batman unless you say Batman. Is that still true in modern Japan? I think if you were in the countryside, that'd probably be true. Probably like, I said that in a video from pretty long ago. That was probably like 2008, 2009 or something like that. And that was when I was at a video store in Osaka and Tsutaya. I'd say like in Tokyo, probably people would understand what you were saying. Um, that might be still true on like the outskirts of like Osaka. In countryside, that would probably still be true. And it depends on how relevant it is to common times. If a Batman movie hasn't come out in a long time, then people might be confused because they'll start to forget that pronunciation. Onsen is great, but since my back is covered in tattoos, I have to go to only certain onsens. Yeah, I hate that about Japan. My daughter could make more at McDonald's. Yeah. By the time I left Japan, the 7-Eleven next to my house, the night shift paid as much as an English teacher, to give you an idea of how bad the pay was for English teachers by the time I left. That's what really makes me like say, what, what's the point, man? Right? Ugh. I don't want to make you jealous, but I'm eating mochi. Oh, mochi is probably my son be really jealous. Roten butters. Oh, sorry. What kind of mochi? My son wants to know what kind of mochi. Um, he'll probably tell us. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, non-winner. It's freezing in Indiana. Oh, it's only a little bit chilly here in Japan. How were the holidays? They were good. The only thing that sucked is when my wife was here, she got sick for like 5 days. So I felt really bad for her. And the only other thing that sucked was today. Is it still today? Yeah, it's still today. Today at 3 a.m., I had to drop her off at the airport, and that sucked. I always think it's weird to think back to 2006, my first students, and how they are adults now. Yeah, that blows my mind. I have kindergartners I taught back then that are, oh God, math. I know math good. Um, 15 would be 22 plus 2, 14. I guess they'd be like 14 now, right? Wait, is that right? Sorry, hold on. 21. No, they'd be older than that. Plus 3. They'd be 17. Wow, they're almost adults. They're like 1 year away from being adults. Hey Scott, Happy New Year. How's it going, King of Papaya? Happy New Year to you too, bud. Glad to have had you along with the channel for so long now. You've been going on like 16 plus years, bud. I wish there were better opportunities. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Like if Japan opened up opportunities to gaijin who just all their only thing was like, they needed a college degree and could speak Japanese. Um, I would highly recommend going to Japan. Um, if you could get like, jobs in the entertainment industry, voice acting, localization, video game development, things that excite me. Um, you could become a certified teacher out there. Um, you could get into art galleries or something. I'd be like, dude, get out to Japan and live there, dude. Um, especially with how bad inflation is in America right now. I mean, if I could be making the amount that I make here, I could have already like I could have done so much more. I could have bought a house, almost had it all paid off. Probably opened a side business for my art, own a car. But I mean, just the English teacher pay is miserable out there. Tim, what's up, bud? I bet a lot of viewers and listeners of live streams and podcasts remember that those hosts said better than those hosts do. I bet a lot of viewers and listeners of live streams and podcasts remember what those hosts said better than. Oh, I understand what you mean now. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably. Yeah, there's definitely people who say stuff. They're like, "Do you remember this one video where you said this? What video was that?" And it's like, uh, I've made like I think 1,100 videos or something now over 15 years. Or like they'll be like, "Remember the story you told about when you did this in Japan? Could you tell that again?" And I'd be like, when did I tell that story?" They're like, "Oh, I don't know. It was like at the beginning of the channel, so like 15 years ago I told that story." Uh, I'd have to go back and watch the video myself. The population decreases the problem that best be realistic about. Yeah, they really need to get like I don't I don't understand why Japan is ignoring it. It's like they're just straight out ignoring it. They're just like, yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks, but you know, whatever. It really feels like they're just straight out ignoring it. Do you find sometimes wishing you had more students that were are you joking? I wish all my students were Japanese in America. If I had this job in America and all my students were Japanese here, like it would be like paradise. It would be so easy, dude. I can't explain how easy that would be. I'd be shocked I'd be getting paid this much if my students acted like Japanese students here. I'd get so much more done. I'd get an insane amount more done. I will say, not that you care, but sometimes I would rather make less and change a life than make more money working electronics. Mm, look, I want to be. That sounds very idealistic, and it's good. It's good to be idealistic because you stay somewhat positive then. But idealism doesn't feed your family. You know what I mean? Like that's nice. I get it. I understand. I empathize with that. And of course, I wish there was world peace. Like that's I get it. I understand. I mean, it's good you have that kind of positive energy, Snake. And again, um, you know, I had a lot of idealistic ideas before I got into the job market. And then financial ideas trump that. Um, I get it though. I mean, that's a good sentiment to have. Oh shit. Man, why does it always go down so far? I hope I'm not one of those grown ass adults. Don't worry, you won't be until you've got uh, uh, a lot of bills to pay. That's when you know you're an adult. I can draw, but I don't think I'm consistent to standards. Plus, I heard it's bad being a manga artist in Japan. I don't know. I think it's rough. I don't know if I'd say it's bad. It's rough. I'd say it's rough to make it in that industry. I mean, the work hours are like insane, but if you love what you do, it doesn't, I'm sure it doesn't feel that bad. Um, I don't know. Um, I just try to be realistic with Gaijin about becoming a manga artist. I can't tell you how many emails I get where people tell me about how they're going to be one. What should I do to be ready to be a manga artist? If you're asking a random guy on the internet about that, and like, look, I'm here to be JFAC and Japan's frequently asked questions, but like, um, I've had very few people come to me and be like, all right, here's all the research I've done on becoming a manga artist. Here's like this, a few published works I've done. Here's some small manga I've completed on my own time. And here's some emails I have going on right now with a few small indie artists in the field of manga in Japan. Is there anything else you would recommend I do to try and get a foothold on a job like that before I go out there? Then I'd be like, oh, damn, this person might actually make it. I've I've probably only had one person ever email me like that, where they had like um, connections to the art world already in Japan before they were going there. They had a massive portfolio of stuff they'd actually like published on the side. Um, they had an online portfolio, a paper portfolio, a tangible portfolio. Um, they had a person that they were training under right now to learn Japanese. Um, and they had a regimented um, set of hours that they spent training on certain aspects of manga art each day. I've had one person of all the other people who have messaged me about being a manga artist that actually did that. And that was one of the few people where I said, I think you have a chance. Like maybe you really could get into it when you get out there. Everyone else has just kind of been like a pipe dream type situation where they're like, "Hey, like I like to sketch on my free time, and here's some like pictures I took on my sketchbook. What else should I do to become a manga artist?" Like I wanted to have stuff published as an RPG artist before in the past, and I didn't really have anybody to go to about like asking how to do that. So I kind of pushed my own way into it by going to back when you used to have forums, if you guys remember forums. Um, and I would try to find ones that were like looking for picture of this. Does anybody have a drawing like that I could use? Um, and it'd be people writing their own little indie books for their own little indie modules for RPGs. And so what I would do is I would draw the picture that they were looking for, post it on there, and I'd be like, "Hey, does this work?" They'd be like, "Yeah, well, thanks, dude. That's awesome." And then I kept doing that until someone would eventually privately message me, and they're like, "Hey, can I commission you to do a piece? Because you keep offering stuff, and I notice it like fits exactly what the people are looking for. So if I tell you what I want, you can do that, and I can commission a piece for you." And I'd be like, "Yeah, of course." And then I got more and more and more until finally, for a while, it paid enough that I could quit teaching. Now, what finally bombed as far as me using that as a career path was all my customers were in Australia at the time. That's where I was getting a lot of my commissions from. And the Australian dollar took such a dive that it just wasn't feasible anymore. I had to go back to teaching. Um, Now, I could probably, if I wanted to get into that again, I probably could search it out and try to get commissions again, but hmm, it was a real struggle to find people who paid enough, and it's not the right market right now. Um, when the economy's doing really well, people have luxury money to spend on things like personal projects and commission people to pay to do that art. But when times are desperate, people don't have money like that to throw around. And quite frankly, all around the world, the economy is not in a good place right now. Um, a lot of commissions and stuff like that have dried up. So, but I'm sure like if I wanted to get into it again, like I might be able to ask some people, but my advice is always if there's a field you want to get into, you need to contact people in that field who are publishing in that field, um, and like kind of just force your way in, kind of just like chuck your art at them until somebody notices and says, "Hey, can I pay you for this?" And I know there's a lot of people out there, a lot of artists who are like, "You should never do work for free. Don't do work for exposure." Okay. Right now you're like a millionaire artist? No, but I make sure every time I do get a commission, like once in a while, I charge top dollar to make sure it's worth my time. And how many commissions you get? I don't know, 2 or 3 a year? All right. Whatever. Like, okay, help me make an anime. I can tell you what to draw. Yeah, Zoop, nah, I got you, dude. No problem at all, man. Um, Write me like a couple sentences and I'll do the next 2 years of work. I got you, bro. Help me make an anime. I can tell you what to draw. I like it. It's a good joke. Could the bar you are eating be used as a meal replacement? Hmm. Yeah, it literally says meal replacement bar on the box. I'd highly recommend. It tastes so good. 390 calories. It's got a ton of vitamins in it. 30 grams of protein. Kind of high on the sodium though. I don't know if I'd recommend doing that too often. Got the flu over Christmas. That happened to my wife too. I gotta work in the morning. All right, I'm out. Have a good night. All right, Aaron. Happy New Year again, and I hope work goes well. Tell tell your clients not to bring any more parakeets. Try to tell them to stick to pigeons. That way, if they find it in their bag, they can be like, "Sorry, but he has a message to deliver." Uncle. It was Uncle Mucky. Uncle. Are you sure it's not Unco? Got him. I'm out. Have a good night. Yep. Okay. Uh, and about going to Japan, how do you rate loneliness? Um, Loneliness is pretty high. I talked about that earlier in the stream where I said isolation is one of the hardest things to deal with. Um, it's not outright loneliness, like everybody refuses to talk to you. Um, it's personal connection. Like people aren't going to ignore you at your job. They're not like, ew, Gaijin, ew, don't talk to me. Um, the isolation you'll feel is because you don't have those common everyday pleasantries that you would exchange at a same language job. Um, and I've just given you a definition there of some of the isolation, but I think it's something you don't fully grasp until you experience weeks, months, and years of it. Um, it's a learned feeling, if you will. Um, I don't know quite else how to explain that kind of isolation. Same with just like everyday, small talk, even on the street, even in a store, you know, go to a grocery store, buy something in America, and someone's like, "Oh, you bought Quest protein chips and not the wild ones. Do you like the Quest ones better over the wild ones?" I'm like, "Yeah, they taste pretty good. I think they have a lot more flavor than the wild ones." They're like, "Okay, I'll have to try those out." Um, you wouldn't even have like small talk like that happen in Japan because you're gaijin. So there's like, your total is this, huh? Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna stick to a script and never ever change from that. And it's just like, that's fine. That's their job. They're just being polite. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not, angry or big mad about people sticking to like their job script, but people are afraid to have long-term dialogue or connection with you, mostly just because you're unpredictable. Like they don't know what to expect. It's nothing you've done. You haven't made anybody mad. No one's mad at you. It's just better safe than sorry. Even on the train when you sit down and people move away, it's not that they hate you or they're racist. They're just worried you're going to ask them about directions and they can't answer you in English. They're like, I don't want to try and talk English. I don't know what I'm saying. And that's not your fault. It's not their fault either. Nobody's fault. But it feels isolating over time. Not the first time it happens, not the second time, but 2 years of that happening and you start to feel like a ghost. You know what I mean? Stoics say, imagine the absolute worst case scenario and plan for it. Then it's all up from there. There's saying it and then there's living it. Stoicism, I hear these stoic type things where it's like, true man pulls himself up by his bootstraps and lets none of the valleys in his life bring him down. And it's like, you're saying this with what past experience, you know? Um, you know, Whenever I see that, like any of these like stoic type things I see online where they're like, true men do this in this situation, are true stoics. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, it's cool to quote stuff like that. It's totally different to live stuff like that. And like a lot of these terms and stuff are vague where it's like, you know, um, a true stoic doesn't let, the hard stuff in life bring them down and stays strong and powerful for those family and friends around them. And it's like, really? Is that person who's trying to stay stoic have like a kid in the hospital, a mortgage they can't finish paying on, piles of bills adding up to the point that they might have to declare bankruptcy, a job that they don't know if they're going to have it tomorrow and haven't gotten a raise in the past 3 years? It's like, Let me see that stoic. Show me that guy who's a stoic. It's kind of ridiculous. You know, if it's inspiring to you or whoever, and I'm not saying like you these are things that you follow or anything like that. I know you're just like um, just talking about the idea. You're not um, saying it objectively as good or bad. But whenever I see channels like that, I'm always like, what bullshit? Like, I think a lot of them are like channels created by guys who are like early 20s to mid 20s, had very little to none life experience, haven't been married or, gotten into paying a mortgage, never raised a kid, probably worked only a couple jobs in their life, probably faced very few family or friend deaths in their life, and think like hardship is like failing an interview or something like that, or hardship is like try to do a startup business online and it failed. Like, like that's what they're thinking of hardship. They're not having like the pile up of like balancing multiple deadlines, families, friends, sicknesses, deaths, taxes, mortgages, insurance, adjustments, paying for something after a natural disaster. Um, let me see, you know, you don't hear a lot of people who are like 50 plus making these like stoic channels. One of those grown as adults sending you art saying they want to be a man. I mean, no, Tim, you're very different from the people. Like you've actually completed comic books, Tim. You're actually one of the people who has the drive that I would think if they wanted to go over there and show them their portfolio, they would have a chance, Tim. Don't be hard on yourself. You're the opposite of what I was talking about. Um, what I was just talking about is the people who like, show me their sketchbook full of black and white sketches, and say, "Can I be an anime artist?" Right? And like they don't have like an anime reel, or like if they say like they want to be a manga artist, they don't have a single comic they've completed. Like they've never even, like you've actually completed like full comic stories, dialogue, created characters, done it in full color, published it online. Like that's the complete opposite of what I'm talking about, Tim. No, I do not include you in that, Tim. You're far more accomplished than that. Um, I'm not totally idealistic. I just try and keep things positive. But I love making money. That's why I changed back to electronics. But it does feel good to change a life in a positive way. Yeah. Oh, wait. So, oh, Snake. Okay. All this time I was thinking like you were still teaching. I think Aaron and I both had the impression that like you gave up electronics to teach. Okay. It's totally the opposite. Okay. I mean, either way, whatever, man. If you're living your good life, like you're living a good life and I'm happy for you. But yeah, I mean, right? Like idealism is great, changing a life is great. Also, paying for your kid to have health insurance and go to a private school is also great. Um, I just like everywhere you go, connections matter. Yeah, 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 yeah. Connections really matter. Yeah. You should definitely try to network when you're in Japan, no matter what. I've seen with writers and musicians, the people actually doing it and striving usually aren't the ones seeking validation. This is true, Bryce. That's a very good point. This is kind of what I talked about earlier, where I said the people who impressed me the most in Japan were the ones whose work spoke for them. Like they never had to look for, is this, do you think this will be good enough to be a manga artist? And it's just like this person draws so good, they practically are their own manga artist already. Um, like Tim here. Tim didn't come in and ask, could I be a manga artist? The first thing he showed me was his comics that were like completed. Um, the reason I don't call myself a manga artist is because I want to stop this thinking of manga and Western comics being these two separate. You're right, Tim. You're totally right. Manga and comic are the same thing. Like literally, manga, the kanji itself. Well, there is actually kanji for it. I know people mostly see it in katakana, but the manga is like page of pictures. Like that's pretty much what it says. It's the same thing as a comic. Both of them are, let's put it in a fancy word, sequential art. Sequential art. Um, yeah, to separate the two and say they're like incredibly different. The only thing that's really different about them, and no offense to comics, but manga artists work way harder. That's it. Um, yeah, God, yeah. The biggest problem with comics in America is just not enough variety. I can't believe how many talented people America has and how many incredible stories they could tell. And I feel like we recycle like the same five stories over and over again in movies and comics these days. Once in a, of course there's standout stuff like Garth Ennis or someone like that, but I don't know. The big names like Marvel and DC, you're just kind of like, what? You guys gonna come out with something new sometime? Uh, how are Western comics published in Japan? Are they mirrored, speech bubbles, red vertical? In general, almost none are published in Japan. Japan really isn't too hungry for a lot of the Western comics. Um, if they are super excited about them, they'll probably just import them in English the way they exactly are. I I have never seen a store even sell Western comics in Japan. I'm sure there is some store somewhere in Japan that does. The closest thing I've ever seen is the Deadpool manga, right? Like that's published in Japanese in Japan, and that's read left to right. Um, I'm sorry to say, yeah, American comics just aren't popular. Like they've seen all the famous characters, right? They know Batman, they know Spider-Man, they know, but like they don't want to see the same story over and over again, right? And that's all America does. They just Batman, true Batman, Batman reality beyond, Batman, Batman of the future, 2099 Batman, Batman, Grim Owl's hallway, Batman, he who laughs last. There's Spider-Man too. There's like Ultimate Spider-Man. And it's like I get it, like it's, alternate versions of Spider-Man or different dimension or different Earth Spider-Man, but like they're kind of just like, well, but it's still Spider-Man, right? And like, yeah. Like, okay. Yeah, it's just a pro yeah, like my son just said the same thing. He's like, why don't they just come out with a new character that's just not Spider-Man? Like, try something new. Like, I think that's the problem is that there's just not a lot of variety. They're just kind of like, okay, that's cool. Is there anything new? Like that's why it doesn't sell big in Japan because they're just kind of like, well, okay. Do you got any comic books about tennis? I really like tennis. No? Okay, well, manga has tennis comics. Um, let's see. Reason I don't call yeah, okay. I remember the days, DeviantArt days. I wonder how much that market is going for now because of AI. Oh, who knows? I have no idea. I haven't visited that site in ages. Just because I'm 55 doesn't mean that I've grown old and I'm still not a gamer. If you are going to Japan, just remember, senpai. Oh no, man. Uh, I don't think 55 is old. God, I hope not. I'm gonna be 55 in 10 years. I don't want to be old then. I think comics can evolve to an interesting place if we think of it as a global art form instead of something only does in these regional formats. Yeah, yeah. There's plenty of room for comics to grow. There's infinite room for comics to grow. Um, I think honestly, um, Marvel and DC could make a killing. Like they could make crazy money if they invited some indie artists to come on board, show them radically different ideas from what they've ever created, like just really out there shit that just is like, oh wow, I've never thought of a story like that. And not superheroes. I'm just talking about like any kind of fucking crazy story, right? and they just said, "All right, go wild. Here's some money. Go wild. Like, just finish it by this deadline, and we'll publish it and see how it does." I bet you if they took a batch of like 10 to 20 artists and did that, they'd find one that would blow the market away. But they're never going to take that chance ever again. They're going to be like, "Well, people still like Spider-Man. People still like Batman. Let's do Batman 500, Batman 200, Batman 1000, Batman, money." Like, that's it. Like, the creativity has been taken out of it. You're able to join. What happened? Were you not able to join before Tattoo Games? And by the way, Happy New Year. Glad to see you here, bud. How are Western comics? Oh, yeah, yeah. They're just not really. It's like blinked and I lost 2 hours. 10 out of 10 loneliness. Do you think having a family in Japan is the boost people need to stay longer? Yeah, I think it helps. I think it helps a ton. Um, but I have seen it backfire though. Okay, I think it helps a ton if you really plan it. Like, make sure you're planning that. Like, make sure that family is not like, uh-oh, I got the girl that I'm randomly dating pregnant. That's not going to work. I've seen that fail on a miserable level multiple times. Yeah. Walking around Tokyo Shibuya, just left Osaka via Okinawa 2 days ago. I'm tired and lost most of the time. I'm sorry, Daddy Tube. I hope you're feeling better. Our anime will be a hit. Thanks, bro. Our anime will be a hit. Yeah, dude. Just like let me know how it does. You can collect all the royalties, Zoop. I just like to draw. IGN review 7 out of 10. Not enough loneliness. What did you get for Christmas? Smart plugs, Amazon smart plugs, an apron for like an art teacher. What else did I get? Oh, a tapestry, like an old style Japanese tapestry. I don't know. Did I get other stuff? Oh, my wife bought me like authentic Japanese watercolors. Beautiful set. I probably got other stuff I'm just forgetting. That was a pretty good Christmas. I don't know. I'm more focused on family. I don't really ask for a lot. Like, there's nothing. If I were to really get something I really, really wanted right now, it would be like a really, really powerful tower computer with a great video card and a bunch of RAM so that I could bump up my level of streaming. Like, I'd like to be able to run dual streaming without any kind of hiccups. And I have 32 gigs right now in my computer, and it still started to get some hiccups. So if I really did get something, I'm not going to ask my family for that. It's like too much money, man. I was just busy with family, finished everything. That is why I said, "Oh, you finally got the job." Okay, okay. The biggest thing I was happy about I got was a new airbrush for doing painting. My old one was going out. That's awesome, dude. Awesome tattoo. How could I forget what my friends got me? Mothman plush. Cool. Let's see. Did I get anything else? I didn't really ask for much. The Azus Scorpion. I always joke about that. No one knows what I'm talking about when I say that except for my family. Okay, hold on. We'll show them the Azus Scorpion. Hold on, give me a second. There we go. We'll do a screen share. Where do we got it? Window capture. No, it doesn't automatically capture it. All right, we'll make sure it does. Hold on. Properties. There we go. Whenever my wife asks me, I'm like, "Can I get the Asus gaming chair?" And she's like, "What the hell is this garbage?" It always like really pisses her off. It's kind of a joke. It's kind of an inside joke now. Um, this thing is kind of ridiculous. I think you'd all agree. It looks amazing. Um, but we always joke about it when she's like, "What do you think I should get you?" And I'm like, I still want the Asus gaming chair." And she's like, "What the hell is that?" And when I showed her one time, she's like, "Yeah, right." Um, I always ask for like insanely expensive gaming PCs or like gaming stuff, and it's just kind of a joke. Although, I mean, she did buy me like the best Steam Deck ever for my last birthday. Like, I got the OLED 1 terabyte, 32 gig Steam Deck, and I fucking love it, dude. It's the best thing I've ever. It's um, when I log off of here, when I stop talking with you guys, I bust that thing out and keep playing. I'm almost done with Silent Hill 2. It's just way more relaxing to play it on there. I can lay on the couch, can put my Bluetooth headphones in, and just kind of really take my time and relax gaming on that thing. Does it come with the monitors? That's a good question, actually. Hold on. Um, let's find out. I don't think it does. Supports 3 monitors. No, it doesn't even come with the monitors. That kind of sucks, doesn't it? I don't know. I'd rather have the tower anyway. Let's look for like an insane tower. What do we got here? I saw one on here the other day. It was like $12,000. I was just like, what the hell does that have? And it was still, I think, only like, it was 256 gigabytes. It was for processing video, which I guess if you had like 8K videos that you were processing, here we go. The Threadripper. All right. A 3.2 gigahertz CPU. Yeah, sure. I'll buy you this soon, bud. Don't worry. Um, yeah, sure. Anytime now. Uh, the, the only reason I'd ever buy this is if I had like money to burn. 256 gigabyte ECC RDIM. Although honestly, you could probably build this for way cheaper, right? I wouldn't even 4 terabytes of storage and a 4080 in there. Yeah, guys, if you ever want to make any donations, go ahead and just buy this, send it over to me. Um, I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys. You're the best. Can you imagine? What a beast. 256 gigabytes of RAM. What would you, aside from like 8K video processing, I'm not sure what else you would use that for. All right. No, it doesn't come to the okay. What you're saying about the Steam Deck is why I think the Switch is the first TV console I played that truly made all TV consoles that came before it could become antiquated. Yeah, but yeah, I will say the Switch is like if there is any console, the Switch makes more sense. But even with the Switch, like okay, they're about to come out with the Switch 2. I would bet money right now that the Switch 2 is a piece of shit compared to the Steam Deck. Like as far as what it can do. No offense to Nintendo or anything like that. I mean, the only thing you're really getting with a Switch is you can play Nintendo stuff. Which I get it. Some people are like, I understand that to a certain extent because there's like what? I bought a PS5 so I could play Bloodborne and Demon Souls. So I get it, you know. Um, with a Switch 2, I guess you'll still be able to play the Zelda, Mario. Is there anything else? Zelda, Mario Kart, Smash Brothers. So I guess I get it to a certain extent, but if someone said you could have the Switch 2 or the next Steam Deck that comes out, the next best one that comes out, I definitely get the next Steam Deck, no questions asked. Um, that's what I'm talking about, Bryce. Why does everybody get mad at me when I say that? I'm digging through an acquaintance's favorite obscure black metal. Some of it sounds great, but some just sounds like static with a goblin ranting over it. Yeah. Like, I don't understand the love for that kind of black metal. The kind of black metal where it's like, I remember the first time I ever formed a band and nobody knew how to play their guitars, and we didn't understand how to like properly tune them, and we didn't understand how distortion pedals worked right, and our PA system was barely loud enough to be heard over the drums and the guitars. That's how we sounded in the garage, and that's how like a lot of like really shitty black metal bands sound. And I'm like, why why is this popular? Like this just sounds like none of us know what we're doing. I don't know. Like Dillinger Escape Plan. People used to really like that band, and I'm like, it just sounds like five different people doing their own solos, and none of it works together. Why do people like Dillinger Escape Plan? I just want to play games with people I watch. I want to play Path of Titans. Path of Titans. Path of Titans. Hold on, we're looking that up right now. Path of Titans. I'm gonna log off in a bit here, guys. Just a heads up. Path of Titans. Oh, that doesn't show up on Steam. Okay, let's look for it on. It's its own little game. Oh, this is a. Okay. It's like the Isle. Is that what this is like? Like the Isle? All right. Whoa, why did it go down so far? Metroid. Oh yeah, Metroid. There you go. That's the other one. I have to go. Go no onsen and for thanks. All right, Snake, you too, man. Thank you. Thanks for coming on here and talking, man. It was a good talk, man. I do like your perspective. Please, I hope at no point I was ever offensive with my speak about teaching in Japan. But yeah, thank you, man. Happy New Year, Sig. Glad to see you on here, dude. Nintendo is kind of in an awkward place. They were in after the success of the Wii. Yeah, like I have respect for Nintendo in some ways where they're willing to admit when they make a failure. For example, not only are they willing to make to admit when they make a failure like the Wii U, on top of that, the CEOs at Nintendo took pay cuts because the Wii U failed, so that the rest of their employees could keep getting paid really well. And so they were able to keep legacy team members who continue to help them make great games. Um, the scummy side of Nintendo is that they sue everyone for even using the letter N. I mean, it's pretty insane that like how aggressive their suing is. Um, and also they don't tend to give into a lot of the bullshit that once like things, like what if Mario was a black woman? Like, no, Mario's still gonna be like an Italian plumber. Okay, we're not gonna change that to like try and become woke Mario, all right? Like no, Zelda's not gonna change. Link's not gonna change. Nintendo will stick to their guns on that. I like that. And I'm not trying to mock diversity in gaming. It's fine. Make as much diversity as you want. I just hate seeing like legacy stuff change to try and prove a sort of fake acceptance of wokeisms. And I'm not this anti-woke guy. Don't listen to that. I'm not that. I'm pro LGBTQ plus and things like that. But I just feel like it's goofy when you try to change things like that to please, I don't know, a modern audience or whatever they think they're pleasing. It never makes any sense to me. Um, I'll never understand companies doing that and be shocked that like no one wanted to buy it. Like it never made. I'm like, why, dude? Why did you expect people would want to buy that? It doesn't make any sense at all. Um, I think sometimes it gets too ridiculous. Like for example, the new Witcher game. Um, who are they changing it to? What's the girl's name? And like people are angry that she's a Witcher. Like I don't think that's a big deal. She's been in the series for a long time now. I understand like people are angry because they said like a female can't be a Witcher or something like that. Nah, I don't think it matters that much. Um, Other things I do think are kind of ridiculous, like Games Workshop is saying that like there there's always been female custodes. Like what? Like it's called a brotherhood, so that doesn't really make any sense. Um, I don't know. I don't want to get too deep into that. Siri. I don't know why I could remember that for a second. I played all of the Witchers. I played them all, and I watched the series up until season 2, and then I stopped. I was kind of getting bored with it in season 2. Woke Mario. Can you imagine? Or like woke Link? Like, well, that would be pretty interesting. It would be funny. Woke Mario. Like Mario and Luigi are just like two totally different races now, and they just like it's possible. You don't know. Um, that'd be interesting. Or if they tried to like add a race to like Koopa or Koopa Troopas, or that would be really funny. Could you race? Maybe you could race swap Link and Zelda because the characters kind of change in every single game. So like maybe you could do that. But I mean, they're not actually like human. So Baldur's Gate, that was an excellent game. Loved it. You prefer not to comment on this topic, Sig. Yeah, it's okay. I probably shouldn't have commented myself. Link has to talk first for that to happen. Oh, that's true. That's a good one. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 was incredible. Woke Toad with strong opinions about the kingdom. He's a girl boss now. Uh, PC gaming more expensive than console gaming. Really? Okay. I guess I could see that to a certain extent. Yeah, you're right. That's true. PC gaming, if you want to stay on the high end, especially if you want to be able to play the titles that come out on the consoles, then you're right. PC gaming's more expensive. That's true. I'll give you that. I started playing Witcher 3 on the Steam Deck, but it pretty complicated when it. Might try it. Never played Baldur's Gate. I played Baldur's Gate even on the Steam Deck. I'm still going through the same um, party I started a long time ago. I would be in favor of Link being customized. I would love that if Link could be customizable. I would buy that game in a second. Mario too, he should be customizable. Yeah, definitely. I'm just joking. I don't think he should ever be customizable. I play it as a passenger in the car on long drives, but I can't remember anything from the tutorial. Yeah, I've got so many games like that where like I probably restarted Baldur's Gate like 5 or 6 times. Woke GTA. I want Woke GTA. You've already got it. Play Saints Row 4. Play the new Saints Row. That's woke GTA. That was really bad. Like I love the Saints Row series, and no matter how goofy it got, I still loved it. And I really thought like, people are saying the new one's woke, but I think I can see past that because those have always been good, and the character creator's so good. And I waited till it went on sale. It was like crazy cheap. I think I bought it for like $3 or something. And damn, that was bad. That was like, it wasn't even so much that it was woke, it was that everybody was unlikable. Like the characters were like really, really unlikable. Like I couldn't believe how unlikable they made the characters in that game. Like I just like I don't care if all these people die. I don't want to save anybody in this game. It's more that my view might be too strong, and you probably know what I might end up saying, things that people will scream about. Not planning to get you banned. Yeah, I understand. Sig, I know you can get pretty extreme sometimes. I respect it though. At least you voice your opinion, man. I might not always agree, but at least you voice it. Tried to get into Caves of Quad. I tried to play that too, non-winner. Um, I felt like, what was it that turned me off about Caves of Cud? I felt like it was almost too over the top with RNG. Like I liked that it was RNG and that it really put the RNG together really well. And I'm like a big fan of like Stone Soup. And God, what's the original one called? Where you'd go down all the different levels to get the orb and try to bring it back to the surface. Um, NetHack and God damn, I can't remember the original one where you're just like your character is literally just like an ampersand and like the cave walls were just like hashtag. Um, God damn, it was the original type of version of that game called. Um, but Caves of Cud got like so RNG. I lost track. Like it was just like overwhelmingly levels of RNG to where I was like, I feel like everything I can't connect to because if I even restart it once, everything would be so different. I lost track of everything. Mario Odyssey, that's true. He was pretty customizable in that. Saints Row 4. Man, Saints Row 4 was painful. And I really, really love Saints Row. Like, I, I don't know. That was incredible how bad they messed it up. It was, I almost feel like someone there was like, I hate this series. I never want to have to program this series again. How could I make it so that this series becomes so fucking bad that everybody hates it and never wants to touch it again? And then they made Saint Row 4. Like, I, I I don't know who, even the dialogue in that, like, it just made everybody was so unlikable. Like, I've never seen a game go out of its way to make everyone. Yeah, roguelikes. That's what I was thinking of, non-winner. But there's actually like the original roguelike. I forget what the name of it is, like Encore or something like that. Anyway, I just couldn't believe how unlikable they made your team members in Saints Row 4. Like everybody was like hideously unlikable. You know what I mean? Like I don't care what any of their backgrounds or anything was. It was just the way they talked. I was just like, oh, I hate you all. You're awful. Like no charisma, like zero charisma, like negative charisma. The gang customization was good in the old ones, yeah. I ordered a Cybertruck in 2021 and gave them $100, but I'm having second thoughts. I wish I hadn't opted for self-driving. Wait, did you really? $100? Is this a joke? Like you only put $100 down on a Cybertruck? You guys are really not selling Saints Row 4. Bryce, you should play all the other Saints Row. They're really good. Like they're awesome. I've Saints Row 3 and 2. Was it 3? Wait. What is the new Saints Row called? Like one. Okay, hold on. Now I got to look it up. I feel like I'm getting the numbers mixed up. Oh, the new Saints Row, that was just called Saints Row. That's all it was called. It didn't have a number on it. Saints Row. So like the third and Saints Row 4, those were good. Even Saints Row 2 is really, really, really good. Although now it might be so antiquated, like so old, you probably won't want to play it because it would be like almost like what would you call it? Like just like rectangles and stuff like that. It did look pretty bad. Saints Row the third and Saints Row 4, excellent. I loved them. Even Saints Row 4 was really goofy, where like aliens take over. It was goofy, but it was still goofy fun. And like everyone was such a goofy character that like you couldn't help but like them. They were kind of like contagiously happy and goofy and stuff like that. And the third was kind of sort of stupid, where the gang is like I don't know, like movie stars or whatever. Still cool. Saints Row 2, amazing. Um, I like Saints Row 2 more than I liked GTA at the time. Like I was like, why would anybody buy GTA when there's Saints Row 2? Um, but the new one just called Saints Row. Oh my God. How did they make such a bad game? Is it? I know the company went bankrupt. Can you still go to their page and see it? Yeah, God. Volition. Oh, you can buy Saints Row for $2 right now. Saints Row 2. Saints Row the third is $3 right now. Oh man. I would say honestly go back and buy Saints Row 3 and 4. You'd love them. They're awesome. But the last one they came out with where it's like in blue and white letters, it's so bad. It's ineffably bad. Like I don't know. Yikes, was that bad? It makes me sad because Western gaming during those Xbox days was top tier 5-star. Yeah, Western gaming, there was a time where I thought like I think Western gaming is going to become way better than Japanese, like any Asian games in the future. Like it's so much better. Because there was a while where, like, for example, RPGs, like Japan was still doing like turn-based RPGs, and then like America was coming out with like Skyrim and stuff, or it was action-based, and then like Japan came out with Dark Souls, which was pretty good. The first one was Demon Souls, and it was still pretty rough. But I was like, okay, they're starting to get out of the turn-based RPG and into some more action stuff. And then I don't know what it was, like I want to say around 2020, it started to go downhill. Like I don't know what happened. Like it was just, uh, it's been nonstop bombs. Like what is Western gaming doing? What are they doing to my games? Rogue is, whoops. Literally, Rogue is one of, if not the original, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but like roguelike, no, roguelike is the name of the type of game. But the original first one was, okay, hold on, we'll look it up. First roguelike game. Yeah, it used to have ASCII graphics. And what was it called? Oh, Mines of Mordor. That was one of them. Apparently, I never heard of this one. Before Mines of Mordor, there was one called Beneath Apple Manor. God, what was the one called though? There used to be like one that was. I forget what the one was called. I can't find it. It was like the one like Beneath Apple Manor. They eventually gave that like a different name because I remember my friend and I playing it on his Apple. Oh, I forget what it was called. Wait, is there a game actually called Rogue that was a roguelike? Roguelike game called Rogue. Oh, come on. Oh, there is one called Rogue. When was this? 1985. Oh, wait. You're right. You're right. But why does it say okay? Because I remember playing that Apple game from a long time ago, and it's saying Beneath Apple Manor is the first roguelike, but this Steam page is saying the first rogue like was called Rogue, and that's where they got the name roguelike, which makes sense. All right, you're right. I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm confused. Because I remember. Okay, actually, okay. Here's what I'm guessing. Here's what I'm guessing. The first roguelike for Apple computers was called Beneath Apple Manor, and that's what I played first. But the first actual roguelike made for, PC was just called Rogue. And you're right. All right. If the Fed prints USD again for another crisis and my cryptos pop off, I might follow through with that, but I need to get a Cybertruck with EMF meters and scope out readings. Okay, can you get me one too, Osaka? Grab me one of those real quick. Also, invest a little in crypto for me. I'll pay you back. All right. Like probably just put like a couple thousand in there, and I'll pay you back. All right. I promise I got you. You got like my verbal contract right here on screen. That'll be on a VOD forever. Only games I'm playing right now are StarCraft 2, Pokemon Blue, and Repro Card. I don't know what Repro Card is, but man, you're playing some classics there. Yeah, whoever modern audience. I never understand. What does that mean, modern audience? Don't throw shit. No. Look. I'm not saying turn-based RPGs are awesome, dude. I love them. All right. Like, I'm a fan of Shin Megami Tensei. I'm a fan of like even JRPGs done on RPG Maker. I'm just saying during that time when things were advancing with RPGs, Japan was kind of being left behind for a little bit, and then now they're like blowing America out of the water when it comes to gaming. If you look at all the big titles that made it big this year, it's almost all out of like Asia. Almost everything came out of Asia this year. Started to go downhill before that already around early 2000. MMOs with monetization. Oh yeah, okay. So like You're talking about the more greedy aspects. Yeah, I mean, if we really want to, I mean, it started going bad before that. If you want to talk all the way up back, EA Sports with FIFA and stuff like that. I mean, that got pretty disgusting pretty fast. The turn-based Final Fantasy games. I want to play the new Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm politically progressive, but games, movies, etc. going woke is cynical, pandering to markets. Yeah, Bryce, see, like I'm the same way too. Like I'm more left-leaning, but like I hate the weird sort of pandering. Yeah, I guess that's what you got to call pandering. Like it's awful. Like it looks awful. It makes awful games. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't know who they think they're selling to. I'm ready for that new Assassin's Creed. You know, the one where they took Buddha statue into their game and had no right. Yeah. Yeah, Sinclair. I think that game's gonna bomb. Um, Yasuke as a samurai, even though he was never a samurai, I don't understand it. The more Final Fantasy strayed away from its turn-based roots, the less I like the series. I can understand that. That makes sense. I stopped playing fantasy after Final Fantasy after 13, whichever that one was. You're just like, it had like auto fight, and you were just running down a hallway over and over again. I was just like, what? What happened? This is like so boring. Feels like a mobile game. That was the original ASCII art game called Rogue. Okay, okay, that's what. Okay, my dad said Rogue was the original Dungeon/Zelda game, and he played it when he was really little. Yeah, I'd say that's probably true. Dungeons would change every time. Yeah, yeah. Hack. Yeah. Yeah, Hack was another version of the original Rogue roguelike. I never played FF13, but I liked a second or something like that. Yeah, 13 was bad. 13 was real bad. But I did hear that. I heard like there was like Final Fantasy 13 the second or like one half or something, and people said that was really good. I couldn't do it. Euro Truck Simulator 2 with mods. What was that one that game that came out recently that blew Dragon Age Veilguard out of the water? It was like Tractor Simulator 2024. Well, apparently that game was like incredible. All right, winners of the 2024 Steam Awards. Game of the Year, Wukong. I'd say that's pretty true. That's a pretty amazing game. Played that. Metro Awakening VR. I'm still not sold on VR. What do you got? You got hackers in your game, you said? Elden Ring is Labor of Love. I guess what? Because they added a mod onto it. Shadow of the Erdtree was incredible. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Best game on Steam Deck, Ragnarok. God of War Ragnarok. Not interested. I tried playing the God of War series before, and I'm not into like quick time events and stuff like that, or just like really linear stories. Just not. Helldivers is better with friends. Played it for a little bit, found it like repeated itself a little bit too much for my taste. Totally understand why some people get really into it. Outstanding visual style, Silent Hill 2, good choice, loved it. I'm still playing it. Most innovative game, Liar's Bar. Some of you guys told me to buy this game. I'll really have to look into it. Best game you suck at, Wukong. Really? It's not that hard. Best soundtrack, Red Dead Redemption? What? Outstanding story rich game, Wukong. All right, I think Wukong, I love it. Good game. I think it took too much. Sit back and relax. Look, Farming Simulator 2025. Told you. Feature deep discounts right now. Actually, sorry, I'll share the screen with you guys. I don't know why I didn't do that. Properties. There we go. All right. Let's take a look here. See what we got. I actually just bought a bunch of games. Now I've got like a stupid amount The Forest, that's a good game. Only 199 right now. God damn. Titanfall 2. Isn't there some kind of problem with Titanfall 2 though? Like if you try to play it online, it doesn't work. Look at these prices. These are kind of crazy. Arkham Origins. Maybe I'll get that. I'm kind of interested in that. Okay, I'm going to say something controversial right now. Firewatch, most overrated game I've ever played in my life. I couldn't stop hearing people talk about story so good, so deep, lets you connect with the game like I've never connected before. Such a deep story. I played through the whole thing. I kept like, when am I gonna find this deep connection? Like nothing about that game impressed me. The story was nothing about that. I don't get it. I'm just getting here. Tiny. Give me a second. I'm gonna mix this Kaki no Tani up. All right. All right. No, Deco. This is peanuts. You're not gonna eat peanuts. Or Kaki no Tani. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm back. Oh, yeah, guys. Sorry if the mic starts to cut out. It's because it's a Bluetooth mic. So I keep talking to you when I go to get something from the kitchen, but obviously, it starts to lose its connectivity. Sorry about that. Should have explained that before I went over there. Should be okay sounding now, though. All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. Firewatch. Not impressed, man. And people would be pissed off if they heard me say that. I don't know why people think that game's so great. Maybe if I played it like right when it came out, because I kind of played it way later down the line. Sorry, you're gonna hear a bunch of crunching. What's up, Maki? My son said I should start an ASMR channel for eating peanuts. Good idea, Maki. I like it. Check out more great games now. All right, let's try it. Oh, my sound already started to cut out. Okay, I'm sounding okay now though, right? Wait, what happened? Why am I back to here? All right, my wish list. All the games on my wish list. Drova, what is this? Whoa. It's got overwhelmingly positive. This looks amazing. What is this? Uh-oh, it's too small. Well, this looks awesome. What do you guys think? Has anybody played this? Whoa, 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 whoa. I want to see it again. Pause. All right. I'm adding it to my cart. Check it out. Oh, that looks crazy. I think the story's done for 7 now, right? I think all of Rebirth is finished. Yeah, I did hear this too, Osaka. Like I heard there was a lot of people who they said it got like kind of ridiculous with the mini games and like got off track. But I heard a lot of people who loved it too, so I don't know. It stops charging? Check how many applications you have open. Sometimes if you have too many open, it starts. No, that's not too bad. Why is my screen so bright? Like, hold on. What's going on? All right, let me switch cameras. Hold on. Oh, I gotta put this one to the front. There we go. My hair's going a little bit crazy today. All right. All right. I'm one of them. I just stopped playing. 400 hours? What? Are you serious? Holy cow. One thing with Silent Hill 2 is I'm kind of shocked how long that game is. Holy hell. I'm 40 hours into Silent Hill 2. It's like, I mean, I do try to find every little thing in the game, but holy shit, that game just keeps going and going and going. Jonah, why did you fight the urge to buy Clausen pickles? What's wrong with Clausen pickles? ETS2? What is ETS2? I need to know what that game is right now. Oh. You know, what? You can go that long on your wow. I think I tried to play Euro Truck Simulator, and maybe I was playing the wrong one. I know there was like other truck simulator games. Can you upgrade your truck that much? Like, is there enough to do for 5,000 hours? If you see Amish wedding pickled peaches, they're pretty dang good too. Oh, all right. I'll have to check that out. I have a Detweiler, so. All right. Disorder is a dark and twisted world. It's pretty dark and twisted, mate. Don't you know I'm goth, mate? Sorry, I watched this Shane Gillis thing about how Australians can't be gothic. He's like, no, you're not. You're just Australian. We're like, nah, mate. I'm pretty dark and twisted. I thought that was a really funny skit. Disorder is a dark and twisted word puzzle horror game where your mistakes hold irreversible consequences. Players will be challenged to play through a series of challenging rounds in an attempt to save your family. If the player fails a round, they choose who dies. Slacky Moo, welcome back. I like that name, Slacky Moo. That's like a really unique combination of words. Listen, mate, this game's pretty dark and twisted. There are several map DLCs and more to come. Also, new trucks and trailers coming out. But haven't they come out with like new versions of that game? Euro. Oh, there's still just part 2. Oh, well then I guess that makes sense. That's cool though. I'm glad you have a game like that. I used to have a long time ago where I used to be able to get into games like that long. I have 2,000 hours on Sea of Thieves like a psychopath. 2,000 hours on Sea of Thieves. Yeah. That's why I don't play that game anymore. I'm just kind of burned out. It didn't come out with stuff fast enough for me to want to keep playing it. Disorder. It's pretty dark and twisted. Sorry, I can't stop myself. It's a long-term project. They don't plan on going to version 3. That's cool. See, I like when people do that. Like I like when game devs do that. Like I really respect No Man's Sky, like how much they've put into that game. It's incredible. Although I heard they are developing a new game. It's not No Man's Sky base, but they're actually coming out with a new game soon. See that dude on How to Teach an Australian Girl Say No. She's like, yeah. Oh. Oh, I have seen that. That's the guy with like the glasses and the tie and everything. I like that guy's stuff. He used to be friends with like, well, I think he still is friends. He's friends with like Oliver Tree too, isn't he? It's a Czech company, not American. Oh, okay, that's cool. What are you doing? Deco, what did you find? Are you attacking your own tail? You're crazy, bud. Here they're like $6 for a job. $6 a 5? Yeah, that's way too much. Where the hell are you buying them? New York? In Florida here where I'm at, like you can buy like the really big bucket for $10, and that's like probably a good 20, 30 pickles. That dude, yeah. I want to send he's got that one thing. It's like, send this to a friend who lives far away. And it's like, you live really far, so I can't see you now. But I wish you were here. Like his stuff, I don't know why. He just says like really simple stuff, but the way he delivers the message is like really like his speech pattern and cadence is really comical. They have employees from all over the world, which is really cool. Their stance towards their game is the gamers is X. That's cool, man. See, that's the way people need to work. make stuff for gamers. Don't make stuff for yourself. Well, no. You should make it for yourself in the sense that you'd want to play it. What are you doing? You're attacking your own tail, you psycho. You realize that, right? That's your own tail. Oh, brother. They said with Baldur's Gate 3, like that was the first thing they did is they wanted to make a Dungeons and Dragons game that they really wanted to play as devs. And I mean, look how good that turned out. And that's got a bunch of woke stuff in it. It's fine. Like they did it in a way where it's like, you can look at that stuff if you want to, but also you can just completely play your own way and ignore all of that. That's the way to do it, man. Sneak it in there. Next in. What is going on with him? What is this called? Snapal? Snapal is a first-person psychological game. Well, actually, I can read it over here. Oh, no, I can't. It's too small. What's going on here? Let me fix this up. Oh, come on. All right, there we go. I can't read it. It's all squished and I can't read it. All right. Okay, you know what? We'll do this. They made it like life. Okay, wait. They made it like life. It's there, but it's there for people wanting it. Yeah, Dog Boy, that's a good way to explain it. They made it like life. Where like if you want to get into it, you can get into it, but if you feel like you just want to completely carve your own path, you can do that. Yeah, they did it, man. They did an excellent job with that game. Their games are on sale very often and big percentages off, which makes it very easy to get into. This includes the American Truck Simulator. Found the old Pokemon series first season on YouTube last night and started watching it. Got me thinking, did you want to eat the jelly donuts that Brock was eating? If you're watching the original series, if you are, I hope you saw those jelly donuts. Yeah, otherwise you're living your life. Okay, I'm going to bed now. Have a good night. All right, Sinclair, thanks for sticking with me for so long, okay? This has like been an insanely long stream. I don't know, how long have I been going for? It's 11 o'clock. I think I've been doing this for like 5 hours. All right. White Wool and Snow. White Wool and Snow is the second visual novel in the Misericord series. 13.99 for that? You got to be kidding me. All right. I guess the people who like it really like it. Maybe it's really good. I don't know. Let's see. Where's the first one? They said it's the third one. Where's the first one? I want to play this one eventually. I've heard this is like ultra dark. $7.99 right now. All right, let's go back to our queue. Next. Underground. You should read the description before playing. Here's how I would describe my game. It's pretty average. It's slow, it's long, and it's repetitive. The graphics are decent, but nothing more. There are texture bugs. The zombie isn't very impressive. There's no customization, and the sound design is quite bad. How much are you charging? $199? So why did I release it? For those who enjoy pure hardcore gaming and don't care about anything else, there's 2,000 meters of labyrinth tunnels, making it a serious challenge meant only for true gaming enthusiasts and difficulty seekers. Now that you've been warned, here's the description. Underground is an independent FPS horror game that immerses you in a vast network of dark labyrinthian caves. You play as a spelunker lost in the terrifying expanse. Your objective is simple yet nerve-wracking. Find the only exit before the situation becomes fatal. You get chased by a skeleton the whole time. This does not sound fun. But at least he was really honest. I give him credit. What are you guys talking about on here? They might release the old Pokemon games on Switch. Oh, well, anyway, non-winner, when you see Brock and he says, do you want to eat these last jelly donuts? Tell me what you think of the jelly donuts. Nice description. Best marketing ever. Yeah, I'm really encouraged to buy it. Cell is a short, nonlinear visual novel in post-apocalyptic cyberpunk setting. Kenzo is an artificially grown human who lived his entire life alone, isolated with a sweet but artificial service intelligence. Well, wait, then he didn't live his life alone if he's got another AI with him. I don't understand. He's not okay. Help him go through the disturbing situation he's about to get into. That's a he? How much does it cost? Is it free? $10? Sorry, that didn't look like a $10 game. No offense. Colony. A teenage guy is playing cricket with his friends outside a haunted house. And as he strikes a six, the ball travels inside the home. Wait, I thought it was a house, not a home. He goes to pick up the ball. Who wrote this description? During his search, he experienced a horrifying incident with a ghost. Oh, so the story's already over. Why even play it? This is the worst description I've ever heard. I think you should have gone with a little longer GIF than that. The Colony presents players with a gripping first-person horror experience characterized by its spine-chilling atmosphere and intricate puzzle-solving mechanics. The game immerses players in a haunting narrative set within a creepy bungalow. Wait, I thought it was a house or a home, not a bungalow. Where the primary goal is to unravel the mysteries and escape the clutches of an evil spirit. The eerie environment and unsettling sound design amplify the sense of dread, making each moment in the game both tense and exhilarating. The puzzles are cleverly designed to keep players engaged and strongly connecting with the ghost's personal story. The interaction with the ghost is a key to solving the puzzles and also adds a layer of psychological horror experience. The developers describe this content as animated blood, blood, animated blood again, blood and gore. But wait, is blood? Is blood in it? Is it blood? What if I don't like blood? Sounds like an AI created the description. Yeah, it does. It does. Nice story. I almost want to purchase it just to write in the comments, but is there blood? $239. I think they probably charge the right price for it. Not interested though. Come on, what is this? You're killing me here with this. What is this? Baptisterio. Baptisterio sounds like a Catholic disco with an analog camera. Mm, with an analog camera, a gift from my father, a photo of the missing Taurus, and the illusion of my first big news, I prepared to enter with the brothers to the enigmatic baptistery. That I think that went from like first person to second person to like third person description in the who writes these descriptions? I'm guessing like these are non-English speakers. That's why we're getting these descriptions. All right, let's read about this game. Oh no, it's just the same thing again. Try to escape the nightmare and prove the disappearance of the Taurus. But be careful. There are terrors beyond human comprehension inside the baptistery. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but it features nostalgic graphics with a modern twist. The baptistery gets a new lease of life thanks to the use of graphics inspired by the PS1 era, but with modern touches that enhance the gaming experience. Oh, hold on, we can read more. Ambience above all else, through the use of specifically designed soundtrack and sound effects for the environment and the visuals, you will feel like you are inside the baptistry yourself. Holy shit, that's like VR. What are these descriptions? These are killing me. Will I really feel like I'm inside the baptistry trying to find the Taurus? Investigate, defend yourself, and above all else, you forgot else, and above all, run. Because now it sounds like you're like running above people. The camera will be your greatest ally. With it, comma, will with it you will be able to collect the necessary evidence to be able to write your first big news, but it will also be your only help when you have to face the dangers that lie within. Wait, that's a really long run-on sentence. Be careful. The reels have a limited number of photos and the light of the candles does not last forever. Wait, what? I thought you were using a video camera. What? Reinvented history. Enjoy an original story inspired by real events because who wouldn't like it? What is this description? What? I think Deco wrote the description for the game. Yeah, as he walked across my keyboard and randomly typed stuff. The developers described this content as mild scenes of violence and mature language. Uh-oh. It's got some no-no words. All right, I want to read this, like, not recommend it. Sit through a text crawl that's longer than the 3 Star Wars films intros combined just to end up in a maze game. I think I spent more time waiting to play the game than I actually ended up playing it. Died to walked under some dripping water that will guarantee put out my candle. This is a game over because I'm not allowed to use my camera flash to make it light, apparently. That is kind of silly. Why would you have a candle? Like, I mean, first of all, you got a camera, which that makes flashes, but then also you have a cell phone, which can light stuff up. Why are you using a candle? I don't, what? And this is based on true events, guys. I remember that story. The guy who tried to find the Taurus with a candle, a camera, and a Sprint phone from the late 1990s. You guys remember that news story, right? Great game. I found some Mountain Dew in a vase and drank it. My character instantly died. 10 out of 10. Oh, there's 87 reviews? Wow, 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 wow. Wait, what? What language? It must, yeah, okay. Also, what is this face, dude? Come on. This looks mildly racist. You guys gotta agree with me on this. Ooh, look at this one. Kizuyami. Kizuyami is an atmospheric psychological horror game. You find yourself in a never-ending Japanese street that you cannot leave no matter where you go. You stumble upon the same house over and over again, which calls you in for it calls you which calls for you in inexplicable ways. Will you be able to find your way out? Raw Grit. What else have they made? This is it. This is their only game. It only got a positive rating. Let's see what problems people have with it. Because it looks kind of interesting, actually. And even the description sounds like it was written by like an English speaker. Amazing story. Mood is immaculate. Felt like I was alone in Japan after nuclear warfare. Okay. I mean, isn't like the city isn't destroyed, so how does it seem like after nuclear warfare? Um, Sometimes you get stuck in puzzles and gotta use some actual brain power. Not for the weak. Could be a little longer, and that's a good thing because I enjoyed 20 minutes. Ooh, $2.99 for only 20 minutes. Good visuals and got me a few times, but too short. Game is very immersive and atmospheric. The puzzles were easily solvable, but it wasn't boring, which is good, although I wish the story was longer. All in all, the game delivered a pleasantly spooky experience. Hmm. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to buy it. Uh, okay, you know what? Whoa, that was kind of cool. Whoa, whoa. Kizuyami. Interesting. Oh, I'm slightly interested. Kizuyami. What does the kanji mean, though? Does it? Ah, there it is. I've never seen that kanji before. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's engraved darkness. That's kind of a cool, interesting. $2.99 is a bit much for 20 minutes. I'll add it to my wish list. If it goes on sale for like a couple pennies, I'll buy it. Christmas Mutilator. Well, Christmas is already over, so we're not going to play that. You're gonna be off 5:28. Wow, that's pretty nice. Early, late. I don't know. John Man Bob came on earlier. Kizuyami. Yeah, I know what the kanji say. I know the kanji was Kizuyami. I know that Osaka. I'm just trying to find out like what it, you know. I'll always stand by Lawrence Lure. I'm afraid of heights, and that one is pretty crazy cool. Lawrence Lore. I've heard of that game before. Fear is in the Mind, a psychological horror game that blurs lines between reality and the mind's darkest corners. Face your fears, decipher the truth, and explore a world where every word can alter your fate.
Wow, there's a lot
Hold on.
going on in your head, isn't there? And I can see from your notes you had an extreme troubled life. Well, as your therapist, okay.
350? It's got really good write-ups. Carved Darkness? It said Engraved Darkness, so I guess kind of the same thing. Yeah, that's what I said. Engraved Darkness. I already did. I already found out. All right. Positive. Have they made anything else? It's the only game they've ever made. What about Liquid Heart, the publisher? They've only made one game. Uh, mm, Whoa, this looks crazy. What is this? It's free? And it's got FMV? Are you kidding me? Absolutely. That looks amazing. The Tower of Tears? This studio looks incredible. What is this? Like, look at these crazy concepts. This is why indie gaming is destroying AAA garbage. There's a fishing minigame in it too. All right. Add to your wish list. You don't need to tell me anything more. I'm sold. This company looks amazing. Their first game is free. Their second game looks like awesome as hell. I don't know if it's going to be good, but I want to support this insane creativity. Spawn Kill Studios. Yeah, that looks incredible. K1 Day 1. Yeah, I like it too, yeah. Everybody heading out. It's all right. I'm going to go to bed soon too.
Okay, Mark. What do you see? Tell me.
Something horrible.
Why is it like a fisheye lens? Whoa, that was cool. What was that? Okay. So the sound recording on that sounded awful. Okay, I need to watch. I need to see the reviews for this. Not recommended for a laptop with only 4 gigs of RAM. Okay. Really great short horror game with some amazing scares. If you are really good with puzzles, then I would say you can finish it in about 30 minutes. All right. Fantastic game, very spooky. I feel like some of these first ones are always like people who knew the creator. Big jump scares and simple puzzles. The game was very well made. Just beat the game. I really love this one. Very realistic. Best game for who find jump scare. Story a bit slow, but jump is not cheap. Unfinished. Sit down to open. Huh? Oh, it's got some people. Okay. It's looking pretty good. I don't know. How much? $2.99. I'll add to wish list. Raincode. Wait, I heard this was really good, wasn't it? Didn't people say Raincode's really good? I don't know. Everybody's probably gone to bed already. I'm probably talking. It's probably you and me, K1, Day 1. Spike Chunsoft. I heard this was pretty good, right? Oh, wait. There's a bunch of Raincode? Raincode. What is Raincode about? Enjoy a brand new dark fantasy detective action game from the minds behind Danganronpa. Okay, I know what Danganronpa is. It's like an open world detective game. A city of Rain is gripped by an innumerable unsolved mysteries under the complete control of a mega corporation. Master detectives from around the world, each possessing unique powers, must rise to the challenge of uncovering the truth with Shinigami by his side. Yuma joins the investigation as a trainee of the detective agency. The story progresses through the investigation in the real world to collect clues needed to solve a case. Then conquering the mystery labyrinth with the clues gathered, uncover the truth by making full use of your evidence. Yeah, Chunsoft games are always usually pretty good. You're totally right about that. Uh-oh. Whoa. The writing of the mysteries ranges from subpar to very bad. None of them are what I would describe as good. They're very convoluted and make no sense as actual crimes no one would ever commit. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Don't buy if you're okay, this is like all Danganronpa fans. Even the good reviews don't sound very good. Like it says 8 out of 10, good story, great set of characters, and brilliant soundtrack. Chapters felt a bit repetitive. Nice mystery, good OST. Not perfect, but it's worth it. That's a good review. This one too, it's like a recommend it, but I've never felt so much despair trying to play games from Chunsoft. The opening case was superb, but the other cases are mostly boring. While the visuals and the soundtrack are just as awesome, the story and mystery felt a little weak. That's the good reviews. What is it? What's its rating? Mostly positive. Okay. Fabulous. What is this? What's this horrible filter? Why would you put this filter on the game? Oh god, one of the... Okay.
What's up guys, Nathan here with Overhang Urban Exploration. I just want to say a quick thank you as we...
I've already been not sold. The voice was annoying, the filter was annoying. It's a chase and run game. I hate those kind of games. All we need. Let's take a look.
What remains when all else is lost? In All We Need, the story waits to be discovered.
AI voice.
This narrative game takes you on a journey through shadows, whispers, and forgotten truths. Every step brings you closer to a deeply personal tale. The story unfolds through interaction. Objects scattered in the world hold fragments of memory. Touch them to reveal 3-layered images, memories rising to the surface. Each layer brings a new piece of the story into focus. But the journey is yours to shape. After the final layer, you will choose from 4 paths. Each choice shifts the story's direction. Every decision matters. The objects you find, the paths you take, the weight of your actions, they shape your ending. Some are kind, others cruel. All are yours to uncover.
Even as a free game, I'm not feeling it. Maybe it was the AI voice, but mixed reviews. All right. What game should I put in the cart? Drova and Pentiment. Nah, I don't think I'm going to buy them. I always do this. The Cabin Factory. I heard this game is crazy good. Why is this game so super good? Gotta head out. You have good rest. See you. Happy 2025. You too, bud. Yeah, I gotta head out. I'm starting to feel pretty tired. You have to know how to play poker, though, right? To play this? Anyway, you guys, you have a great night. Have a great 2025. Thanks for hanging out with me here. And I'm looking forward to some great streams through all of 2025 and just pretty much hanging out with you guys. Gonna end it here, but I hope you have a great rest of the night.